Hello, 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 everyone. Oh, Maddie did get the message. Sleeping in. We slept in today. Well, I didn't sleep in. I was still up. Hey, Allison. Hey, Queen. Hey, Paula. Hey, Dandelions. She said, hey, Queen Olive, didn't I just see you on these YouTube streets? How's everybody's afternoon going? I guess afternoon. It's still morning where I'm at. I don't know what time it is where you guys are, but it's still morning. So I guess I say morning, afternoon, evening for some people, right? Depending on where you're at. Oh, excuse me. Thank you. I figure I bring some sunshine. You got it right. You said it's 2 p.m. It's still morning here, technically. Which is like you already didn't have to know. Your day is almost over. So, we have our day 3 that we're going to be reviewing today in regards to looking at this preliminary hearing for Jarvis Butts, breaking this case down so we can see what actual information is going to be coming to the trial when we take it to trial, if he takes it to trial, right? I haven't heard that he's going to be taking a plea deal or anything like that, but if he does take it to trial, the trial is supposed to start in October. I believe he had a final preliminary hearing. I want to say it was in August, and we'll review that, as we get closer. So we just kind of like piecing it together, looking at all the evidence that they did submit in order to take this to trial. This case is, if you don't remember, is coming out of Detroit, where a 13-year-old girl is to believe to be unalive. Allegedly, Mr. Butts was having inappropriate relationships with the young lady, and allegedly, Messiah Harris, they say she was pregnant, and he unalived her. They do not have a body, so I don't know. I don't know where people are getting rid of bodies, but clearly they're finding the ways and the means to do that. So we have maybe about 3 hours or so. We left off with the detective's testimony, so we'll start back off with her testimony. And I believe they go into their actual closing arguments, and we'll play that portion. We do have our Take It to Trial after dark that's scheduled in a couple hours, like about 6 or so. And we'll do our fetish trial. How exciting. Nothing to be after dark but some old kinky trial, right? I guess kinky, nasty, I guess it whatever it is. Hey, Just Shamrock, you said 6 a.m. and it's already Saturday. Oh, you coming home today? Oh, wow. So going back 19 hours. Whoa. Oh, wow. What a difference. It is amazing to me how, like me. Okay, so it's 11 o'clock where I'm at, right? It's 6 a.m. where you're at, and a whole nother day. Like, good grief. That is crazy. Like when you think about just like how different these could be, like, okay, you could be on the east side of a building and on the west side it's raining. Like, really? How does that happen? I tell you, the physics, the science. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Somebody knows how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it, but it is just like amazing to me, like how everybody could be in different. Miss B. Abby says 7 p.m. here. Not quite another day. Wow. So are you in You in UK, misbehaving? Because I know UK is 8 hours or so from where I'm at. Okay, Nottingham, England. Okay. It's noon in Colorado, dandelions. That's more my time. It's 11 where I'm at. Awesome. But it's so amazing how technology and all these things that we have in this world that we can all connect, right? Even if it's not even via a live, right? It's there for you to look at or rewatch or look at again with all this new technology and things that we have. So like is crazy. You know, I got friends here, I got people here, and you become, where you can make international friends and see people, and it's just awesome. I just think it's awesome. And we all on different time zones. Like, some people may be the night watchers, right? And some people may like to watch in the morning time, like misbehave. This dinner time, this after dinner time for her. Like her day is over with. She getting ready quite for the next day. That's different. Yeah. Yeah, just sharing like it. Wow, a whole nother day. I still can't get past it. Like, day. All right. I think that's kind of like OnlyFans. When y'all see him, when y'all see him on here, his is like that too. He like being the next day or the next night or something. Water worlds. Drawn the drain clockwise at 10 feet away. It goes clockwise either side of the equator, I think. Yeah, I guess it just depends, right? So those that don't, just depending on the time zone, we will do the after dark tonight. If you miss it, um, it'll be on the site. No harm, no foul. We just be kicking it back. Everybody BYOB, very relaxed. Not to say that any of my coverage, I don't be trying to be uptight about anything. So I was pretty relaxed all day anyways, right? But I guess during that period of time, it's BYOB. So that means I do bring my own, I won't say bottle, but I do bring my own drink, right? So with that being said, I might get a little loose at the mouth at times. You never want to see Mimosa Precious. Let's see here. So I am going to get us into the courtroom so we can get started. I think, this guy here. I mean, it's gonna be something else when he comes to trial if he goes and take it. And we'll talk about the testimony and different things that we've heard so far. Okay, let me get it up. Let me see those ones and those sweet pea gangs. If you guys are ready to get in the courtroom. Oh, somebody's thing is dinging, dinging. Getting this soundtrack. Grape juice with benefits. All right. I like it. I like it. I know I tell the kids, I be telling my girls, I know they probably gonna get over it in a minute. They be like, Mom, is that water? I be like, no, that's mommy juice. Like, get out my cup. That's mommy juice. I bet you when they get grown, they'll be like, Mommy, this is that mommy juice that you was drinking. Uh, no, that is not the truth. Absolutely not. All right, guys. Well, let's see what we have on the court today with Mr. Butthead. I'm gonna call him Mr. Butthead. They just arrived. I just saw them. Hey, man.
I took my blanket. It's the same. I was waiting for that to actually happen. Like the same color morphs into the exact same outline.
It'll get there. If you got out of time, it's bound to happen.
This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. Charged with count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, child sexually abusive activity. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, second degree, person under 13. Defendant 17 years of age or older, with the habitual offender fourth offense notice set for a continuance of a preliminary examination. Appearances.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
And good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning to your staff, Neighborhood Defender Services, Black Henry, speak 82125 on behalf of Jarvis Butts.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973, also on behalf of Jarvis Butts with co-counsel Lauren Butler.
P88126.
And Mr. Butts, state your name.
Jarvis Butts.
You can have a seat. Any preliminary matters before we begin with the rest of Sergeant Jones' testimony?
No objection.
Okay, oh, there she is. And I will swear you in. And again, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. And may I share my screen?
Yes.
And we left off with clip 18 from People's Exhibit 29.
Then here you ask her, this is hours why. Can I get my dates up today? Right. Okay, so still everything is happening. And then some pictures, we liked it. How many pictures do you wish to send you over this period? You didn't share that with nobody, I try to figure out how to get them on the internet, anything like that. Usually, pretty quickly, they save them here. These fake invisible folders that are really, as you can see, not invisible. Yes. Right. All right, so then still this is July, he's talking about she wants to fly in her leave. So we're still entertaining here at this point. All right, so here, I just want to give you this table, make you remember what was going on, because she said, I want to talk to you. Are you busy? Text me. Where are you at? I'm trying. She's going all this. And then we said, why? Go upstairs in the bathroom. So you obviously were at the house. Alright, and you said, why? And she said, just go. And then you said, we doing something or what? I said, well, she said, we doing something or what? And you said, no. And she says, I want to lay with you. And you said, I'm going upstairs. And I said, okay, Shannon's going to be up here too. I just want to chill with you. So, is she? Yes. You know she wants to give, so she going to follow your orders.
Shannon?
Okay? So this is that day. And you said not getting, this is your day. So apparently you want to change it. So that's entertaining, okay. I know what's mine. Give her something, so ask and shut up. So basically just tell you, give her something so she can shut up and leave you alone. She only acted like that because she's horny. And then you said, I want to see you while you're in the shower. And I'm assuming that that was well, I said she said no. I'm pretty sure.
How long after that?
This isn't saying this is still on that same day.
Was that like, or not?
Yeah, that's right after. Come back downstairs, so you're still over there. And she's pushing it, right? Yeah, hurry up, I want you back. Come downstairs so I can sit on it and feel it real quick. I promise it's not gonna be long, just a few up and downs, please. Daddy, don't tell me you're scared. So when I talk about all these things she was initiating, do you remember this day you were with him? And she's asking you to hurry up and go have sex with Shannon so then she can have sex with you? Still didn't know? Oh, you were still strong. Okay, so let me in the house. And then it's in the shower, also here's the pictures, Daddy, now you've turned into Daddy. So went from Destiny. Alright, well, we're still in July here. In the shower, hope you know that we're fucking today. Is what we sent her. Hope you know that we fucking today, okay, I'm fine with it. We're still entertaining here. Alright, so still nothing is happening. No kissing, nothing, no touching, rubbing, nothing. Over here, she's kind of talking about don't park in front of the house, you better hurry up, she's trying to get you to see in the house. Was that ever something that you guys played jokes about, that you were sneaking up there or something? Might be like sneaking from home. You can't, it's not set up that way. What about when you're at the shop? Did she ever try coming up and touching you or anything like that during all of this? There's always somebody there. Is there a room in the shop? No, I'm saying, is there like a private room, like if you were tired and wanted to sleep there, there's a cot? She's still talking about sex. I believe you are happy. I don't think she's going anywhere. And you said that's messed up because I was gonna fuck the shit out of you. This is still on talk. I mean, you're saying this whole time, I'm just.
She never ever did a one-on-one with you, and I know you see that, and she are enough taught to do it. Anything that you ever like trying to make something, you maybe just did that. You ever have to physically say stop? Okay, that's it. Okay, all right, so you.
Playing clip 19.
Did you ever get a room with her? Never? That same night that she went to see me in the room? You went straight home that night? When you get a room, you never show. So if you went somewhere, they would have your ID and stuff on file, even on a short stay, or, I don't know, I never had a short stay. They give you ID no matter what.
And playing clip 20.
Now we are in September, okay? She says, my period hasn't come at all. Hello, are you here? And you asked, what do you need? She said, you have not came. Since when? Since I'm in the hospital. That was last month. I'm scared, I don't know what to do, I have to go to the doctors. You said that you took, you said this. You said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative.
You remember that conversation, man? There was a moment that she said, oh, this is fighting the need.
So you said she was slightly pregnant.
You think that time she was missing?
All right, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. So open another one. Is what we told her. She said, I can't have no money. So you go get one. If you're really scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today, just act like, so this goes back to this plan B pill.
So let me ask, because I know that okay, so I know that it's very hard to hear. I do have on a closed caption. My question is I can summarize what they are saying in there. Do y'all want to still hear that part, or you want me to fast forward and we move past this if nobody can hear? Hey, Maudie. Fast forward. Okay, so just for everybody that's not familiar with the case, with this part of it. So in this interview, this is where the detective is kind of confronting Jarvis Butts with the information that they know, far as the timeline, of what happened, also the allegations in regards to her possibly being pregnant, him abusing her, all of the movements throughout that day that she went missing. Because remember, he's in custody for something else at this point in time. So they have him in there for something different. And they are speaking with him now that they didn't, gather more information in regards to Naziah. So I am going to fast forward through this part since we cannot hear it appropriately, even with the closed captions on. And I'll take us where we can actually hear some stuff. That's the whole point.
Now, Sergeant, I asked you yesterday about the subscriber information as it relates to People's Exhibit 16, which is for that 231-743-3137 text now number. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And I had asked you about the phone ownership dates, what is the actual registration date as it relates to that phone number for Keziah Harris? These are, look at Jason.
If I could look at the report to refresh.
Intermatter.
Yes.
The registration date for the 231 number is March 4th, 2023.
Okay, and that's as it relates to Keziah Harris getting that number.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit before getting back to the messages. You had stated yesterday that when you searched Mr. Butts' home, you had found some guns.
Yes.
Did you, in any other searches, did you find any other kind of weapons?
Yes.
And what were the, well, first, where were they found and what were they?
When we had searched Nev, there was a firearm inside the vehicle, the same vehicle that had Mr. Butts' phone. That firearm was later determined to be registered to Tashiana. When we searched Mr. Butts' car, there were several like kitchen knives in there throughout the car, various sizes. There was the weapons that were inside his home. And I believe that was as far as any weapons. There might have been some other type of blunt instrument or something, but nothing significant that I documented.
And Mr. Butts' vehicle that Escalade was processed
Yes,
and those items were sent to the lab.
yes,
And that's along with Miss Latricia Johnson's Nissan.
yes.
Now, I want to talk in your training and experience, having been with police for 24 years. Have you seen types of wounds made through clothing?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you saw the black hoodie that was recovered had some holes in the head, in the hood area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with what, like either some sort of like sharp object or a gun or something of the sort? Are you familiar with what that would look like through clothing?
And yeah, at this point, I'm going to object. I think the answer would call for her to speculate on what caused these wounds.
I'm not asking her to say what caused the holes.
Called the holes. My
In this
apologies.
specific
Yeah.
case, but in her
correct.
experience.
Yes.
Okay,
That's
you may be objecting after a few questions, but for this one, overruled.
Yeah, so throughout the hundreds of scenes that I've been to, various scenes, whether they may be fatal stabbing, it may be a blunt force trauma, I've responded and processed many gunshot scenes. When there's clothing where a weapon was used, you do see that type of tearing. It could be from a bullet hole, it could be from a knife, it could also be from a struggle or pulling.
Okay. And just to be clear, you don't know how those holes got in the hood of that black hoodie.
Correct.
But those holes could be, in your experience, consistent with things that you have observed in your training and experience as it relates to struggles, stabs, bullets, things of that sort.
Correct.
Now, on Mr. Buck's phone, after that January 9th text to Naziah saying, okay, was there any other texts to Naziah's number after that date?
From Mr. Butts' phone?
Yes.
No.
There was no attempts to reach Naziah's number on Mr. Butt's phone.
There was no contact between Mr. Butts' phone and the text now number after that.
Okay. And in your role in this case, did you go through Nazia's kind of social media records and things like that?
Yes,
Okay. And since January 9th, 2024, have you been able to find anything as it relates, anything from Nazia Harris on social media?
no.
Now, we got to hear some of these text messages in the interview, but going through them, that's it. We're going to start now. Let's start with 15. Starting with people's exhibit 15. These are the messages from 313-379-5882. Do you have a copy with you?
I don't have a copy of that number.
Can you read the messages that were sent from that number to Jarvis Butts' number, or I guess the messages that were captured within People's Exhibit 15? So, including the dates and approximate times.
So the first message is September 24th, 2022 at 22:15 hours UTC. She sends, bald head Janiyah, come here.
And that's to a number that's not Mr. Butts.
Correct.
Okay.
Then the next message is on September 27th, 2022. All of these dates are from 2022. So September 27th at 1:37 a.m. UTC. It is sent to Mr. Butts' phone. We fitnessing, happy birthday. Immediately after that, at the 17-second mark, again to Mr. Butts' phone, it says, come on. On that date, September 27th at 1:52 a.m., another message is sent to Butts' phone asking, you okay? September 27, 2022, 1:54 a.m., she has sent a message, where are we doing it at your choice? Immediately following that text, a message is received to Nazia, to this text now number, from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you tell me. 9:27, 1:55 a.m. A message is replied to Jarvis, says basement. 1:56 a.m. A message is sent to Nazia from Mr. Butts' phone that says, you sure? At 1:56 a.m., a message is sent to Nazia, from Nazia to Mr. Butts, saying, or job. At 1:57 a.m., a message is sent to Nazia from Mr. Butts' phone, saying, can you suck my dick, please? The message immediately following that, from Mr. Butts' phone to Nazia, and make sure you erase the messages. Still September 27th, 1:59 UTC, a message is sent to Mr. Butts that says, okay, that is what I planned to do. Another message is immediately following that at 2:01 to Mr. Butts. You turn me on just looking at you, and then there's a bunch of letters, which possibly is maybe an image that was sent that doesn't capture on the messages. 2:02 a.m. Nazia sends another message to Jarvis. What time to be in the basement?
2:03 a.m., he replies and sends her a message that says, "Go change your clothes and take your panties off." Nizaya replies to Mr. Butts and says the letter K. At 2:10 a.m., so 7 minutes later, a message is sent from Nizaya to Jarvis's phone. "I hear you. What you looking at?" Jarvis replies back immediately to her saying the letter U. At 2:13 a.m. UTC, still on September 27th, Nizaya sends Jarvis a message that says, "I know, I'm finna sleep good." There's another message directly after that that has a bunch of symbols, so I'm not sure if it was one of those little emojis. 2:14 a.m., she sends to him, "What about you?" The next message she sends to him immediately after, "Sometimes I be wanting to live with you." 2:16 a.m., she sends to him, "You know what I mean." 2:18 a.m., she sends, "What time I'm ready." 2:23 a.m., she sends to Mr. Butts' phone number, "We not doing it or what?" 2:23 a.m., Nizaya sends to Mr. Butts, "I really want you." This is still on the same day, September 27th, 2022. This is now 2:23 a.m. UTC time. Mr. Butts replies to Nizaya, "Yes." 2:24 a.m., Nizaya sends, "Pull your car down the street and come back. I'll be waiting." 2:25 a.m., Jarvis's phone replies back to her, "Come ride with me and Nye, N-I-Y." 2:25 a.m., she replies, "Did they say I can come?" At 2:30 UTC, she sends him a message that says, "I'm sorry, but love you." 2:30 UTC, he immediately replies back, "Come on." 2:31, Nizaya replies, "I can't, I'm going to get in trouble." The next message is at 2:35. She sends, "When you come back, drop Nye off, pull your car down the street, and I'll come in the base. I'll be waiting." Then immediately after that, she sends, "Basement, please." Jarvis replies, "Okay." At 2:40, Jarvis replies, "You in the basement yet?" Immediately after that, Nizaya replies back, "Yeah." Now we are the next day being, it's now September 28th, 2:28 a.m. UTC. She sends Jarvis a message that says, "Are we doing it tonight? I'm ready, fresh out the shower." The next message is a reply from him to her. Well, this is September 30th now at 1:25 a.m. UTC. He replies, "Yo." September 30th, 2:59, she replies, "You coming over?" She then sends another message directly after that, "Don't have school." At 3:07, a reply is received to Nizaya from Jarvis saying, "Yep." She then replies, "K, we'll be waiting." At 3:17 a.m., he sends another message, or I'm sorry, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, text me when you get here at 3:21 a.m. This is still September 30th date. Jarvis replies and sends a message to her saying outside. Now we have skipped to September 30th, but it is now on here at 23:13 hours UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis saying, "Hey boo, you coming over?" The next message is now October 1st, 2022, 1:51 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis asking, "You coming?"
And are there any other messages to Jarvis after that? Mr. Butts' phone.
No.
Okay. And now, do those indicate whether or not they were deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And how many of those were deleted? Or how many of them were not deleted? That's a better question.
Looks like all of them were deleted except for the one where she was, the very beginning, she had actually texted somebody else, which I believe might have been Shannon's phone at the time, saying, "Bald head Janiyah, come here." But all the messages between the 8719, which is Jarvis's number, are marked on here as deleted except, let's see. On September 30th, the "Hey boo, you coming over?" And the "You coming" text, those ones were not deleted and still show up here.
Okay, so those last two.
Yes.
Now, going through people's exhibit 16 messages, as it relates to the 231-743-3137. Oh, I'm sorry, before that, without telling us Messiah's actual birthday, in September 24th, 2022, what age had Messiah just turned?
In 22,
Yes.
she would have just turned 12.
Now, do you have a set of these messages from the 231 number?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to go through those. And there are sections that are highlighted, and I want to follow along. What is the first message that is sent?
It is sent on March 4th, 2023 at 23:35 UTC. It's sent to Jarvis's 8719 number, and it says, "It's me, Naziah."
Okay. And just for clarification purposes, all the messages within this exhibit are sent to Jarvis's 8719 number.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to jump to March 16th of 2023. There's a highlighted message there. Can you read that one?
Yeah. So just before that, the UTC time on here, just so I'm not having the math throughout, from March 10th to November 3rd, it would be -4 hours. So any date that falls within those days would be -4. Any dates outside of those ranges would be -5 hours.
You said that's
But I'm going to read it off of here with the time is stamped and date.
okay. You said that's March 10th through November
3rd,
Okay, that's -4 UTC.
-4, yes.
Okay. So continue with that.
Yep, so March 16th, 2023 at 0006 hours, she receives a message from Jarvis that says, "Stop messing with people and just be mine."
And was that deleted?
No.
Now, moving on to May 3rd, 2023. there's a set of highlighted messages. Can you read those?
Yeah, so these messages are May 3rd, 2023, starting at 15:06. Jarvis sends a message that says, I'm coming to get you. Immediately after, Messiah replies, what you mean? Jarvis then replies to her, you heard me. Immediately after that, Messiah replies to Jarvis, you can't do that. Then sends another message immediately after, which is now still 15:07 hours, that says, I'm finna go to lunch, love you.
And were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now moving to May 30th of 2023.
May 30th, 2023 at 13:01 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, I miss you. At 13:02 hours, he replies back, the letters IMU, and then the number 2.
And were either of those deleted?
No.
And what about starting with May 31st of 2023?
May 31st, 2023, this is at 13:37 hours. He sends her a message that says, I can't stop thinking about you either. The next message then goes and starts is now June 5th, 2023 at 11:59 p.m. Well, 11:59 UTC. She sends a message to Jarvis. Hey, you may think I'm ignoring you, but I'm not. My phone broke. At 12 o'clock, another message is sent. So I will text you off this number. At 12:01, same date, she sends him a message. Are you mad at me? At 12:01, he replies back to her, yes. At 12:02, she replies back the letter Y. At 12:03, she sends, please don't be mad. At 12:04, she sends, can you tell me why you mad at me, yes or no? At 12:05, he replies to her saying, I haven't seen or talked to you.
Okay, now first, were any of those deleted?
No.
Okay, now I want to actually go to one that I did not highlight. 12:08, June 5th, 12:08 and 28 UTC through June 5th, 12:08 and 49 UTC. Can you read those?
Those 3?
Yes.
Okay, so June 5th, 2023, 12:08, 28 seconds. He sends her a message with the letters WYA. At 12:08, 35 seconds, she replies, school. 12:08, 49, he sends her a message that says, I'm at your house.
And now, I want to go, actually, can you keep reading through June 5th at 12:09? Oh. 12:09 and 4 seconds.
So just one more message down.
Yeah, just keep reading it.
Okay. 12:08, June 5th, he had sent to her, I'm at your house. At 12:09 and 4 seconds, she says, damn, we was just. Then immediately after that is another text that says, there. Then at 12:11, she sends him, you bet not be in my room. At 12:12, she sends, I need another phone. At 12:13, she sends, I miss you. At 12:14, he sends her a message that says, I stole your panties.
And now, were any of those messages deleted?
No.
Now I want to go to June 16th. There's some highlighted messages there.
June 16th, 2023, at 2:50 a.m. and 25 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, didn't I make you come faster than ever? On June 17th, at 8:59 and 06 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, I'm sorry for making you mad, but do you ever think how I feel knowing that I can't have you to myself, but you have me to yourself, and no, I'm not seeing anybody else, I swear.
And were either of those deleted?
No.
Now I want you to go down on the page to.
Now I just paused it here for a second because I tell you, these messages. Oh, I hear y'all. Oh, I see the chat. Like, I am like an adult, but these messages from this young girl, and I know they say this is part of the grooming process. Excuse me, I want to be very careful with this. So they say this is part of that he groomed her into this stuff. And which is probably I assume, so, but I mean, it sounds like, I don't know. Okay, so just so everybody know, would you say, how did the cheer go? Lock them up. The cheer went fine, Fala. She really enjoyed. They having a pep rally today, so she's definitely a cheer girl. Okay, so this is one thing that I want to say, and this is just being like very transparent with people. So I don't know if if anybody have had this in their life or anything, right? I know when I was younger, maybe about 13 or 14, probably around her age, right? A lot of I will get, I don't know if y'all heard the term fast. Like they would tell me that was fast. Like you fast, like you living life fast, like you fast, you hot, you got hot pants, or they used to say something to that sentiment to me. Lynn said, where was her mama? Yeah, that's a whole nother story. Okay, so Lynn, so what I would like to say, and I don't doubt that he was grooming her. Hey, Marie. I don't doubt that he was grooming her. I guess my thing would be is depending on what kind of young lady she was, right? Or whatever, at that time, young girl she was. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm trying to say, therapist too, because I can remember like at 13 and 14, I wanted to be with boys. Not to say that it had to be a older boy, but I wanted to be with boys. He's like, I was probably hot. I wanted to be with some boys. Boys was my thing. So I just wonder, like, if it's like, kind of a combination, because even as an adult now, I mean, looking back, I mean, I know what it was. It's you right, SD is every parent's worst nightmare, but we know that girls can get real hot. like hot, like I wanted to be with boys, like, and when I got with the first boy, it was like, okay, this is what it is, this is what it's like. I mean, it's just being honest, right? So it was nothing my parents could do to stop me. I was figuring it out, like in any which way. And then and back then it was like you had the neighborhood watch, when I was growing up. So, I had to dodge all types of things. But what I'm saying is that it seemed like it's a lot of she kind of hot too, right? And I'm not saying he may have groomed her to that. Or you get your little friends. Like I can remember when I was in like junior high, my friends would be like, "Oh, I'm out here doing do." I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right, you doing do." I'm just being, just both sides of the coin. So I guess, because it seemed like these conversations that she having, and we won't know. Would these been the conversations that she would have been, like, because these girls nowadays, they don't look like little girls. I don't know what they got in the chicken. Yeah, and Leah, even when they was telling my mama, I was still figuring out a way. Miss Biabi said, when I was 13, I had rotary dial phones, no internet. You had to take the film to the gift, right? 2 weeks. And boys were, oh, you was a town boy. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. I guess, hey, film, I guess I'm just being honest. Like, I just remember how I was. And that was a long time ago. So I mean, thank goodness did nobody, older take advantage of me, but I can remember like you get to smell it, these girls, they get out here, get to smelling themselves, and these boys get out here to smelling themselves, like, and he found him, somebody that was really like you said, but Ludacris is in your head. Oh, gosh. I don't know. Why is Ludacris in your head? But I hate the fact that even if she was in that space, the, who am I talking about? So I hate that they be in that, that space where they don't have adults in their life to kind of like watch them. Because even with things like that happening, or me trying to engage in those activities, like I said, you had the people on the street, you had your parents, you had different people that, I used to get my butt whooped all the time, right? And I was on punishment all the time. Like I had people that was actually, you're so silly, me talk about me. No, because I need people to kind of understand like where I'm coming from. Me, yeah. I just because a lot of these situations, the one good thing about when we looking at these trials and when we looking at everything, we all have our different life experiences, and just kind of like being open and honest. I mean, I'm grown now, but so I think I turned out okay. But I'm just saying, like, I could see like that it reminded me of the fast girl that I once was. And it's like, okay, you hot. She seemed like she a little hot. Like, and not to say that he didn't help her out there, because he's supposed to be the adult in her life that's supposed to set those boundaries, respect those boundaries, and teach her right from wrong, right? And thank goodness I didn't have anybody in my life that took advantage of whatever my hotness or fastness or whatever. So it's just like, yeah. And then they take so much away from us. They take so much away from the parents. Let me say that. Because now as a parent, like, it's like, 1 minute they want to tell you, okay, you can't discipline your child. You can't do this. I ain't telling nobody to go whoop their kid. But what I'm saying is that they tell you you can't do these things, but then when your kid out here all out of control, then they looking at you as the parent. So like, although I got whoopings, right? Like full-fledged whoopings. Like, go get the switch off the tree branch. Bring me your weapon of choice. And I got whoopings. Like, yeah, with the little bruises, like, and that's what my parents. And I lived. She ain't killed me, but she sure made me understand. So I just think that it's like a twofold. Like, they want you to do this, but then you can't do this. And then they want to look at you when you can't do that. I don't know if y'all heard of that case. I think it was in Michigan where the parents bought their son a weapon. They took their son out, and their son, they were always like gun people or whatever the case may be. And he went to the school with the gun and allowed some people, and then they charged the parents because he went and took the weapon and took it to school. So it's like, yeah, and unfortunately, we just don't have what we used to have in these days, where people are just like protecting these young girls, even when they're out here. And even though I may have been fast and into boys, it was other people in my life surrounding me that shielded me or protected me from that. And I just think that, Crumbly, yeah. They sent the mama and the daddy to prison. Like, we sending y'all right with him. But if they was able to whoop him, maybe, I don't know, or punish him. Like, and they blamed it on them, blamed it on the mom and them, because the mom had just went up to the school and he in there writing all these pictures and stuff like that. Yeah, Paula. It's really a catch-22. I think, like, because the mom, I think that at some points at times, like, they didn't give him probably the mental health that he needed, but the mom was trying to do things in a different way. Like, she said she went to it was really like, it is messed up that if your child do something, now you're going to be punished. Like, I know that they didn't leave that weapon out. They didn't give him free reign access. I don't believe that they did. Right? So now we going to be charged, and maybe that'll keep parents from doing stuff like that. I don't know. I just think that it's like, it's not a clear-cut line. Yeah, and Fala, and I get that. You say, and she refused to take off work to be with him. Well, I think that by that time it was already too far gone. Because he had it. He had it at the school. She just didn't know. Hey, Baka. You said, but they did, the school knew, or you, I know that. Yeah, and I'm not seeing that. We know, okay, so if we saying that they were bad parents, right? and they son took this gun and went to the school and did this thing. What, I mean, then how does that happen in that state in Michigan? But then we get this thing over here with Steven Stearns, and we get Jennifer, and we got that issue over there that did nothing happen out of. It's like it's a catch-20. Like, why is that okay? And then this is not okay. Like, it should be all the way across the line. And y'all see why I'm saying these things, because in this case right here that we listening to, like, I need some stuff to happen to some other people that were in her life, because even though she may have been living too fast, okay, I don't know. She said it in the interrogation video, therapist. That's why I said I mean, no adult woman should be letting her 13-year-old daughter sleep with her boyfriend. Right there. Like, that's proof. Like, she said it in the video. Like, that sounds like child abuse, at least at the bare minimum. You don't send, I mean, like, that's neglect. Isn't it something? So that's not even child abuse, because I know that if it was reported to DCFS that a 13-year-old girl was sleeping with her, I mean, because they even want the kids to have separate rooms once you get to a certain age, girls and boys. So if we're talking about an adult male, okay, I can live with that. Yeah, because if DCFS, and I only know that because I once worked there, right? If that's considered like neglect, like SAN. Not to say that it's just it's not a good or abuse. Yeah, so I just wanted to be like, if we gonna be doing this to parents, allow parents to do some things. You said not in Florida, apparently. You kind of get my sentiment, and I only say that because in this case, I got a problem with all the people that was around her, all the people that failed her. Even if she didn't know what she was doing and she was moving too fast, I got a problem with the people that were in her life that was not helping her to understand that. Right? So are these people going to be charged? Because I feel like this is going to be another one of those Jennifer situations. And because it just happened to, like, I don't know. I don't know. It kind of irritates me. Yeah, and this and her conversations. I mean, I'm like, where did she even know this stuff from? But I guess maybe he was telling her this stuff. You said you gave her grace until she didn't show up to the hearing. Like, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try to. I wouldn't be surprised, and I never want somebody to lose a child, right? And I said, well, maybe. Maybe she didn't suffered enough, right? Losing a child, no matter how bad of a parent you are, I mean, that's not something that you want, right? But when she didn't even show up, you're right. I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna be done with that. Right? Like, if they do come after her, good for her. Like, what are we doing here? Okay, well, we're gonna go back into our explicit text messages, which are very explicit. So, I mean, if you're not an adult, you're gonna be a big kid now, okay? I meant to let y'all know that. So you can put on your big pants because she stays stuff in this message, and I'm grown, and I probably wouldn't even say these things, but hey, I don't know. You said spy on your, yeah. I mean, you got to do certain things or know your kid, or at least think you know your kid. She didn't want him charged even after seeing those pics. I would have at this hearing. Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know what, girl. When she was in the thing acting, when she was in the interrogation room acting like it was okay for them to sleep together, I was like, oh, okay. This what y'all doing? And we know how guys can wake up with, with they morning stuff. And I'm like, well, how was this going? Was y'all spooning or forking? But oh no. She needed some rest that night. So she sent them two upstairs so she can get her some sleep. Are y'all kidding me? Like, how all three of them sleeping in the bed? And we got a ground that don't work. Yeah. Don't be. Fridays be my day. I'm probably gonna cut a rug. And probably gonna really cut a rug tonight when we do that other trial. But I'll yield. I know that's right, Marie. That's right. Don't never. Like, my dad didn't do anything with us girls. Nothing. Not like that. It was always my mom. Like, nah. You not even, to even put that, I don't even want to say temptation, but even putting that man in that position. And men should step up and be like, when they get in new relationship with women and things of that nature, they shouldn't even want to be around their young girls like that. Oh, thank you, Maddie. Uh-oh. Maddie's so handsome. He must need his daily kick today. Let me give it to him, y'all. Oh, Maddie, you so handsome. I gotta give it up for Maddie. Thank you, Maddie. Now, y'all know if y'all received that message from, ooh, Maddie, you so handsome. You gotta say thank you. Ooh, there you go. But so yeah, we have to really we don't want to put the men in that situation, and the men should not want to be in that situation. So I think when we have those happen, us as women, we have to, hey, no, where my girls are, I'm not leaving them at home with you, like different stuff like that. Like, he shouldn't be out there with them. They shouldn't be, especially like even with the daddy. Shoot, I don't trust none of them. Oh, Miss Misbehaving. He got Miss Misbehaving. Oh, shoot. Oh, he hit somebody right in the chat room. Now, that's what you call luck. Woo, woo. Now, that's what's up. That don't happen too often. That was lucky. Definitely lucky. Yeah, that don't typically, I only seen that happen like once or twice. Yeah, every time I do it, it go to a whole bunch of people that I ain't even seen. I don't even know. I haven't hit anybody in the room, I don't think. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and get us back into the courtroom. Let's see what we got going on here. What? Mooey? What's mooey? Mooey? Okay, let me get us back in the courtroom. Let's listen to our raunchy text messages.
To June 23rd. There's a set that are highlighted.
June 23rd, 2023 at 23:54 hours. She sends a message to Jarvis. The letter U, then you going to hit it from the back again with question marks. At the next day, which is now June 24th at 19:11 hours, he sends her a message that says, send me some pictures, please. At 19:20, she replies, don't you still got the other pics? At 19:47, he replies to that and says, no. At 20:19 hours, she sends to him, I will send some.
And now moving through to June 26th. There's a set highlighted there. Oh wait, sorry. First, those ones that you just read, were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving to June 26th.
June 26, 2023 at 16:31 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, call me when you have time. At 16:33 hours, he replies back to her, I want some pussy. At 16:33 hours and 50 seconds, she replies back to him, you can have some. At 16:39 hours and 41 seconds, he replies to Messiah, when? At 16:49 hours and 28 seconds, she sends to Jarvis, whenever you come get me. At 21:16 hours, she sends to Jarvis, call me, want to tell you something, SUM. At 21:24 hours, she sends a message to Jarvis that says, you can get some today. At 21:24 hours, she sends another message that says, you can get some pussy today.
And were any from that set deleted?
Yes, all
All of them. Okay. Now moving to June 27th. There's a set that's highlighted. Can you read those, please?
Yes. June 27th at 7:55 UTC. There is a incoming call to Naziah from Jarvis that is listed as a missed call. And the name on here that she has this number saved is Bae for Life, BAE, the number 4, and then life. Then at 7:56, he sends her a text that says, are you naked yet? At 7:58, she replies to him and says, no, I don't want to get naked. At 7:59, she replies, are you mad that I didn't get naked? At 8:01 hours, he sends to her, I used to you telling me no. At 8:06, still on June 27th, he sends her a message that says, she sends him a message that says, come on, babe, I'm sorry, just not in the mood right now, I'm sorry.
Okay. And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now, jumping to just a little later in the day on June 27th, There's that highlighted.
So on June 27th, now at 16:24 hours, he sends her a message that says, "But I can't nut inside you, so it's different." At 16:25, she replies, "Why you can't? Didn't you do it before?" At 16:25 and 40 seconds, he replies, "But I had to buy a pill to do so." At 16:26, she replies to him, "Yeah, you right." At 16:26, 28 seconds, she sends, "But what you doing?" But it's abbreviated WYD. At 16:28 and 45 seconds, she sends to him, "Are you busy?" with a question mark. And those were deleted.
Thank you. Now, jumping forward to June 28th.
On June 28th, so this next set in here, they're all sent from Neziah to Jarvis,
Yes.
and they start at 17:10 on June 28th, 2023. And it starts off as, "Bae, I didn't go see nobody. I swear I came straight back." At 17:11, "My friend lived right down the street. She didn't answer, so I came back and went to sleep." The next message, "Bae, please, I'm sorry." Immediately after that, she says, "I didn't sneak out for nobody, I swear." 17:12, 58 seconds, she says, "I know you having a rough day, but I swear I'm not lying." At 17:14, she sends, "Bae, please, I swear I didn't go see no niggas." 17:14, she sends, "I don't talk to nobody but you." 17:15, she sends, "I was only out for 5 or 10 minutes. I came straight back." 17:15 and 56 seconds, "You didn't respond to none of my messages, so I thought you was asleep, so I went to sleep." 17:17, "Why won't you believe anything I tell you? I'm not like other girls. There is no need for me to lie to you." 17:18, "You said I'm all yours, but you acting like it. You are overthinking it. I just want to be yours." 17:19, "Please stop ignoring my calls. You don't want me to see nobody, and I'm not." 17:20, "Bae, I'm sorry I didn't tell you." 17:21, "I promise you there is no one else." 17:24, "If you don't believe me, I will send you my Instagram password."
Now, these next messages from 17:24 to 17:25, don't read what the username and passwords are, just
Yeah.
that they were sent.
So the next message is she's sending her Instagram username and the password along with her Gmail email and giving the password to that as well.
Okay, and now starting again with 17:26.
So on June 28th, still 17:26, the next message is still all being sent to Jarvis from Isaiah are, "I hope you believe me now. You really don't want to believe me, but I will tell you the truth every time." Immediately after that, "I just want to make your day better, babe. I'm sorry. Feel free to log in at any time or go through my messages." Now at 17:42, she says, "I only want to be with you." At 18:09, "Babe, I'm sorry for not telling. I swear I will next time, please." Still 18:09, "Babe, I love you. Please call me back." Now at 18:18, Come on, babe, please. At 18:19, so what if I will be able to get out tonight and I'm calling you and texting you, are you still going to ignore me? At 18:21, she says, you are so busy, I feel like you don't want me. This is why I don't open up to you, because if I do, you get mad and don't want to talk. So how am I going to trust you? I do, but you don't trust me. It's up to if you want to be with me or not. At 18:45, she says, I didn't do anything wrong. I don't get why you so upset. At 18:46, all I tried to do is make you happy, but clearly I'm not enough for you. Cut me off. I don't anymore. You FRL, for real. Never even fucked with me. All I want is you to love me. At 18:47, I tried so hard, but you don't understand that I'm sorry if you feel like I'm cheating. But I'm not. I gave passwords and all that, and all. What more do I have to prove I'm not cheating? Now this message is when Jarvis actually finally replies, which is at 18:55. He sends to her, I'm working, love.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, moving on to June 29th.
June 29th, 2023 at 21:44 hours. She sends to Jarvis, when you off work. At 21:49, she sends, pick me up before you pick up Janiyah. At 22:02, she sends, hope to see you soon. At 22:47, she sends, I'm never getting out of this hellhole. At 22:48, he replies with the letter Y. 22:48, she sends, she will never let me out. It's so boring over here. 22:50, she sends, well, I will, she has the word she on there, UTM. And then the very next text after that, it says, I will see you tomorrow. Then at 22:50, he replies to her, or tonight.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now, continuing on June 29th.
June 29th, 22:52 hours. Messiah sends, are you still picking up Janiyah? 22:53, he replies, when? 22:53, she sends to him, today. At 22:53, he replies back, no. 22:53, 18 seconds, she sends the letter Y. 22:53, he sends back to her, it's just me and you. At 22:53, he sends another message that says, because I was never picking her up. At 22:53, she replies, okay, I really like that it's only me and you. 22:54, he sends back, you really didn't want her there, no way. At 22:54, she replies, I know I didn't want her there. 22:55, he replies to her with the letter Y. 22:55, she sends back, because she do too much and you mine. 22:57, Jarvis replies to Messiah saying, meaning. 22:58, he then sends, and Shan said that she said no. Then the next message from him is for today. At 23:06, Messiah sends to Jarvis, I know she said no for today. And then at 23:07, Messiah sends, the meaning is you're mine and mine only, the dick, and all you're mine and will stay mine. At 23:14, she sends, I want to know the meaning when you say I'm yours. The date on here is now June 30th at 00:16 hours. Jarvis replies to her and says, all of you. Immediately after that, your mind, body, and soul. At 00:17 hours, he sends to Neziah, the pussy, ass, mouth, legs, arms, face, and then he has the word everything in all caps. At 01:19 hours, she replies, oh, really? And then there's some type of emoji. Immediately after that, she says, want to see that tomorrow? And it's the same little symbols on there. At 02:47 hours, he sends back to her, meaning. It's now 06:03 hours. She sends to him, when we fuck. Then at 06:24 hours, he sends a message to her, what you doing, but it's just the letters WYD.
And were those messages all deleted?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving later in the day to June 30th.
June 30th at 22:18 hours, Jarvis sends to Neziah, I'm outside. Then the next message is at 23:36 hours, he sends to Neziah, go take them panties off. At 23:37 hours, Neziah sends, are we going to the room? 23:37, Jarvis replies, IDK, meaning I don't know. 23:38, she sends to him the letters PLS, for please. 23:38, he replies to her the letter Y. 23:39, she replies back and says, because we got more space. 23:39, he then sends a message to her that says, to do. She then immediately replies to fuck, WYM, or what you need. Then immediately after that, she sends to him, we going or what?
And moving forward to July 1st. Oh, wait, first of all, were any of those messages just read deleted?
All of these were deleted.
Okay. Now to July 1st.
July 1st, 2023 at 14:31, she sends a message to Jarvis that says GM or good morning. At 15:22, he replies GM quitting. At 15:24, she sends back, whatever, I was tired. And at 15:28, she sends, still my dick though. At 15:28, he sends to her, there's 3 letter B's, so it's BBB dot BE and then a space N and then the uppercase Q and the lowercase q, as we know. He then sends another message at 15:28 with the words no. At 15:29, she sends, okay, fine. Yo, pussy, my dick. He then replies to her at 15:38, who said? She sends back to him, me. It's your pussy.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And I want to stay on that same page for a second. Sorry. the messages on July 1st, starting from 1907 to 2135.
July 1st, 1907, he sends a message to her that says, I'm trying to fuck. At 1952, she replies back, okay. At 1952, she sends a message that says WSP, meaning what's up. Then at 2134, she sends, you still coming or you was playing about trying to fuck? At 2135, he replies back to Naziah, I'm serious.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now moving on to July 2nd.
July 2nd, 2023 at 15:46 hours, Jarvis sends a message to Naziah that says, can I get my dick sucked today? At 15:47, she replies, sure, no problem. At 15:50, Jarvis replies, yeah, okay. At 15:53, Naziah replies, I'm serious, you can. At 16:33, Naziah sends, there's going to be some type of photo that would have been sent at this time. At 17:08, there's a reply from Jarvis where it says, liked an image. Then at 17:08, Jarvis says, I'm going to sneak in, okay? At 17:08, Naziah replies back, why? 17:08, he says, who is up? At 17:09, she replies, everybody. At 17:09, Jarvis sends some type of photo to Naziah. Immediately after that, she replies, well, damn, I want to lay with you. Then at 17:10, from Naziah, are you here already? At 17:12, Shan told the kids that you said you was on your way, so they know you coming. At 17:13, Naziah sends, I want to see you. 17:21, Naziah sends, so am I just giving you head or we fucking too, because looking at that picture made me horny. At 17:22, Jarvis replies to her, you tell me. 17:22 and 29 seconds, she says, I want to fuck too. Immediately after that, she says, so can we? And then at 17:22, 49 seconds, Jarvis replies back to her, yep.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And now, later in the day, on June 2nd, or I'm sorry, July 2nd, there's a set of messages there.
Yes. July 2nd, 2023, starting at 18:41 hours, she sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 18:41, do you? 19:04, are you busy, yes or no? 20:06, she sends, text me when you not on BS about fucking because you playing. At 20:15, she sends, all I'm trying to say, I just want your body on mine. At 20:44, she says, babe, where you at? 21:52, she says, I'm trying to fuck. 23:58, she sends, she fitting to walk to the store. So now the date's changed to July 3rd and the hours are 00:42. She sends, before we go, at 00:42, 31 seconds, she sends, go upstairs in the bathroom. At 00:42, 48 seconds, Jarvis replies to her, why? At 00:42, 54 seconds, Naziah replies back, just go. At 01:11 hours, Naziah sends, we doing something or what? At 01:12, he replies to her, yep. At 01:23, she replies, I want to lay with you. At 01:30, he replies, I'm going upstairs. At 01:31, she sends, okay, Shan going up there too. At 01:31, she says, I just want to chill with you. At 01:32, he sends back to her, is she? 01:32, and Naziah replies, yes, you know she wants some dick. So she going to follow you upstairs. Then at 01:43 hours, she sends him another picture. 01:43, he replies, not getting any. And then immediately after that, the message says from him to her, this is your dick. At 01:44, Naziah sends, I know it's mine. Give her some dick, so ask and shut up. At 01:44, give her some so she can shut up and leave you alone. She only acting like that because she's horny. At 01:48, Jarvis replies, I want to see you. Immediately after that, his next message is, while you in the shower. Then at 01:55, she sends him a photo. It is now 02:04 hours. He sends her a message that says, I don't want to give her no dick. At 02:10 hours, these next set of messages are all from Naziah. It says, come back downstairs. Damn, you scared. At 02:44 hours, she says, hurry up. I want you back. At 02:50 hours, she says, come downstairs so I can sit on it real quick. At 02:52 hours, she says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few, but it's FRW, up and downs, please. Then immediately,
Yes, it is very troubling, right? I get it. So yeah, if you need to leave, that's totally fine. I totally understand, right? The reason, I mean, it's part of the evidence, right? I guess where it becomes a bigger problem is that we'll find out more information that makes it even, for a parent, way more troubling to understand how is this all going on with phones or devices that people are paying for or allowing her to utilize, and it goes totally unnoticed. My other thing in regards to this, and I just want everybody to be, I think that there's a lot of there's not that I definitely think that he's guilty of the SA, but I think that with everything that they got going on in regards to this case, and the reason it's so confusing because I don't know if I don't know. I just, hopefully we don't have much more of these messages to go through. But yeah, Yeah, it's just part of the evidence that they have going on. But yeah, to all those that need it, right? All right, guys.
Right after that is 0253. She sends the same message, but it's spelled correctly. It says, I promise it's not going to be long, just a few up and downs.
And were all of those messages deleted?
Yes.
Now moving to July 4th.
July 4th, 2023 at 15:43 hours, Naziah sends Jarvis a message that says, in the shower right now, I'll text you when I get out. Jarvis then replies, hope you know that we fucking today. At 15:43 hours, she replies back, okay, fine with me. I was waiting yesterday. At 16:20, she sends him a picture. At 16:20, she sends, I'm out. At 16:56, a message is received to her. It's loved in image. 16:56, she sends a message, are you busy? It is now July 5th, 0501 hours. She sends him a message that says, you was right, it hit different outside.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
And moving to July 6th.
July 6th, 2023 at 0305 hours. Naziah sends to Jarvis, yes, I can tell when you come. 0305 hours, why? Now at 0320 hours, she sends him a message that says, so doesn't that mean I'm pregnant? At 0321 hours, she sends him a message, I don't know, so I'm asking you. At 0333, Jarvis replies to Naziah, no. 0339, she replies back, okay. It now jumps to 1310 hours. It's still on July 6th. She sends the letters GM. Then at 1400 hours, she sends, I want to fuck. At 1425, he replies, how? At 1426, she says, I don't know, you got work and I'm just horny. At 1427, he replies and sends her a message that says, where is your nana? At 1445, she sends, upstairs getting ready. At 1454, Jarvis sends to her, she fitting to go. Then at 1457, he sends the message, hello. At 1503, Naziah replies, I don't know. The next message is, are you at work? And at 1507, Naziah sends, I will let you know. At 1508, she sends, you might can slide if you not so busy at work. At 1508, Jarvis replies back to Naziah, yeah. At 1508, he then sends, I'm trying to slide. At 1513, Naziah sends to Jarvis the word question. Then at 1513, he replies back, yes. At 1514, she sends, do you like your girls skinny? At 1514, he replies, why you ask that? At 1514, she replies, just asking, and then there's some type of emojis that must have been sent.
And were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And moving just a little later in the minutes on July 6th.
Yes, July 6, 1535, Naziah sends, I don't think she's going anywhere. At 1537, Jarvis sends to Naziah, that's messed up because I was gonna fuck the shit out of you. At 15:37, she sends, I still want you to do it. At 15:40, she says, sends a message that says, so am I going to see you today on your break? At 15:59, Jarvis replies, how? At 16:01, Messiah sends, don't you supposed to be bringing me the money anyway, so I will see you? 16:03, she says, unless you are going to go to the store and get me some pads and other personal things. 16:03, there's some type of emojis that are sent. 16:24, she sends, I'm down to my last 3 pads. I would ask Nana, but I can't fit her big pads. I have a little pussy, they shit big. At 17:41, she sends a bunch of question marks with the letters WYA. 17:57, she says, what do I supposed to do? What do I supposed to use? 17:57, she sends another set of question marks. At 18:08, Jarvis replies with the word, huh. At 18:10, Neziah says, I don't have any more pads. 18:10, I need to get some more and you plan. At 18:12, she sends, babe, please. And all of those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to July 7th.
July 7th, 2023 at 14:34 hours, Neziah sends a message that says, so what you on today? The next message at 14:35, she sends, you trying to fuck or what? At 14:37, Jarvis replies back, yes. 14:38, Neziah sends, I'm sorry. 14:38 again, she sends, but I hope to see you today. At 14:39, she says, I didn't know if you were up last night, so I stopped calling and texting. And those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 10th.
July 10th, 2023 at 16:41 hours. Neziah sends to Jarvis, you trying to get up in this today? At 16:45, he replies, all the time. At 18:54, she sends, you eat lunch yet? Then immediately after, she sends some question marks. Now at 19:54, Neziah sends, yo job so empty. 19:55, she sends, I was just there. At 19:59, Jarvis replies the letters I and K, or I know. At 19:59, he sends, how you know? At 20:14, Jarvis sends, what's up? 20:39, as I replies, I didn't want you to see me. 20:39 hours, so I left. At 20:40, Jarvis sends a message to Neziah saying, who was with you? At 20:40, she replies, nobody. 20:40, again, 37 seconds, she says, you working late today? At 20:40 hours, 38 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, so how did you get to my job? At 20:40, 48 seconds, he then sends, no. 20:40 and 58 seconds, Neziah replies, I walked up there. At 20:41, Jarvis replies back to her, so walk now. At 20:41, Nazaya replies, I can't, Nana's back. At 20:42, she sends, can you pull up today since you're not working late? 20:42, she sends a couple question marks. Then he replies at 20:42 and 29 seconds with the word yup. And those messages were deleted.
And moving on to July 11th.
July 11, 2023 at 18:43 hours, Nazaya sends to Jarvis, I want to fuck. At 1900 hours, he replies, when? At 2012 hours, she sends the three letters NVM, or never mind. At 2038, she sends, I took a shower. At 21:32, she sends, I be trying so hard not to think about you, but the dick too good not to think about you, and I miss you rubbing on my thigh. The date is now July 12th, and this is at 00:35 hours. She sends, we might go over Shan crib. At 02:55 hours, she sends, I'm fitting to hop in the shower. Call as soon as you get done doing whatever. I want you to tell me how you going to give me my dick for my B-day. Tell me nice and slow and sexy so I can play NVM, you know.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And later on July 12th.
July 12th at 14:38 hours, Nazaya sends, good morning. Then at 16:47 hours, she sends, did I have panties on? At 16:47, Jarvis replies, no. At 16:50, Nazaya sends him some question marks. And then at 1700, she has a missed call from Jarvis's number. It says missed call. She still has him saved in here as Bay for life. At 19:18 hours, she sends, how did you know? At 23:09 hours, she sends, you busy? At 23:11 hours, there is an incoming missed call again from Jarvis's number, missed call from Bay for life. It's now July 13th, 01:44 hours. Nazaya has sent him a picture. Immediately after that, she sends a text that says shower pic, and then there's some emojis. At 01:49, she says, damn, no response. At 01:49, 21 seconds, she sends some type of emojis again, and all those messages were deleted.
And now moving to July 22nd.
Before we move on, Sergeant Jones, do you need a moment, a break? Are you okay?
I gotta go a little bit longer.
Okay, carry on.
Unless the court needs a break.
No,
Okay.
I'm making sure that she doesn't do the break.
July 22nd, 2023 at 14:56 hours, Nazaya sends, Bae, I wanna fuck. Then at 14:57, he replies, work. Immediately after that, he replies, I do too. 14:57, Nazaya replies, no you don't. 14:57, Jarvis replies, I do. Immediately after that, Jarvis sends, WYA. Or where are you at? 14:57, Nazaya sends, I'm at the crib. 14:57 hours and 57 seconds, Jarvis replies, come on. At 14:58, Nazaya replies, Shan and Nana went to Family Dollar. The next message says, I can't, I wish I could. At 14:58, Jarvis replies, how long are they gonna be? At 14:58, Isaiah sends to him, IDK, or I don't know. The next message is, I'm so horny. Then at 14:59, she sends, I want a hug from you. At 15:01, Jarvis sends her a message that says, I'm on my way, with the exclamation point. I just got off the phone with Shan. They are at the barber shop.
And were those messages
messages were deleted, yes.
And moving to July 24th.
July 24, 2023 at 03:24 hours, Isaiah sends Jarvis a message that says, don't park in front. Immediately, Jarvis replies, why? Then at 03:25, Jarvis sends, you act like you're gonna come outside. At 03:25, Isaiah sends, I can't, I have guests. 03:25, she sends, and people do watch and look at the house all night. At 03:26, she sends, just park down the street, please, thank you. 03:26 hours, Jarvis replies to her, who? Isaiah then replies back, people on the block. At 03:26, Jarvis replies, who is the guest? At 03:26, Isaiah says, my girlfriend, Vari girlfriend. 03:27, Isaiah sends, I took his bitch. Then at 03:27, Jarvis replies to her, she is our bitch. At 03:27, Isaiah sends to Jarvis, she 14, about to be 15. At 03:28, she sends, are you close? At 03:28, Jarvis replies, is she our bitch or no? Zero 03:28, Isaiah replies, yes. Jarvis then replies to her and says, you fake. 03:28, Isaiah says, how? She is our bitch. At 03:29, she sends, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad. 03:30, Jarvis replies to her, she don't know about us, right? 03:31, Jarvis then says, and is she trustworthy? At 03:31, Isaiah replies, yes, she don't know about us. At 03:56, she sends, it's off. 03:57, Jarvis replies, wrong light. And at 03:57, she says, the letter K.
Were those messages deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And later in the day on July 24th.
July 24th at 12:22, Isaiah sends to Jarvis, fuck me then. At 12:22, he replies, huh? And at 12:23, he replies, I'm trying to. At 12:23, Isaiah sends to him, you said fuck me. At 12:23, she sends, so do so. 12:23, Jarvis replies, when? 12:23, and Isaiah replies, trying to make time, going through my schedule, RN, for right now. 12:24, and Isaiah sends, what time are you going to work? At 12:40, Jarvis replies, now. And now jumps to 21 hours, and Isaiah sends WYD for what you're doing. Then at 21:23, she sends, you free, with some question marks. We now jump to July 25th at 17:33 hours, and Isaiah sends, I want to fuck today. At 17:33 hours, Jarvis replies back, come on. And then immediately after, he replies, I'm by myself. At 17:33, she sends back to him, I can't RN for right now. At 17:34, Messiah sends, after work, can you call for me, please? And those messages were all deleted as well.
And now jumping to August 4th.
Thank you so much, Film. Whoever received that membership. Oh, it says, welcome, Judy. Judy V. Oh, yeah, she was here yesterday, right? Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you so much, Film. Judy V is our lucky person. We got her a membership. Welcome to the drama docket. That's nice. Yeah, he sits there with his head down the entire time with a mask on his face. Now, why he got on the mask, I have no clue, guys. This was in the beginning of, I want to say 2025 when this hearing took place. I think it was the early 2025. I don't know what he thinking. I don't know why, because there is no COVID. I don't know. I don't know what he got going on. I know all this talk about pizza. I'm like, I want me some pizza now. Not from Sleezers. I will not do pizza from Sleezers, but I wouldn't mind. I can go make a pizza. I like homemade pizza. I like to make my own pizza because I can load it with all the toppings that I want, and I don't have to pay an extra $3 for them. Oh yeah, Film. I love all them veggies on my pizza. Oh, give me all them veggies, and I want me some jalapeno peppers on there. Oh, and sometimes instead of getting like the red sauce, I'll make it with barbecue sauce. Sometimes I make mine with pesto sauce. Oh gosh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. And load it up with some pepperonis. Turkey pepperonis, that is. I don't eat turkey pepperonis, but that's okay. They taste just as good. Or now I go and they have like chicken on there. Where I can get chicken. So different pizza spots have different things. But pizza. Yeah, I may go get me a pizza later today. Yeah, he definitely hiding his face. But I wonder why they let him wear this mask the entire time. Because he had to pull it down when his sister had to identify him. Because his sister, we watched her testify last week, the last time we reviewed the last portion. So when his sister got up there and testified, he had to pull down his mask. All right, guys.
August 4th, 2023 at 22:07 hours, Messiah sends to Jarvis. Chan and Nana left. DON, and then there's some type of emoji. Know what time they coming back. At 22:08, Jarvis replies, okay, what you saying? Messiah then replies back, what you think I'm trying to say? But there's some emojis in there again. At 22:09, Jarvis replies back with some type of emoji. Nazaya then replies back, IDK, is it? I don't know, is it? At 22:09, Nazaya sends, what you thinking? At 22:10, Jarvis replies to Nazaya, are we fucking? At 22:10, Nazaya sends, shit, are we? SHI. At 22:12, Nazaya sends a bunch of question marks. Now it's August 5th. Isaiah sends, wow, you stood me up. August 5th at 0047, she sends, I was waiting. And then at 0047, she sends, I a bum. And the next message after that is a correction that says, you a bum.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to August 26th.
Okay, I need a break.
Okay. Need a good time for a 15-minute break. You come back. 12:10.
Because I don't do this. I don't do this.
I always just click on my channel and hit live, but apparently I'm not I'm not gonna do it.
The word on the street was, like, I noticed him limping.
In the live stream,
I heard
you
him
can walk back
separate when they was here, and I heard they was tagging him in the back. He was coming out. I think one day he actually came out like looking like Willie Lump Lump, maybe. So that may be why he's limping right there.
The audio says that it's working. Complaint is here, right? Yes. Okay. I need to go on the record now.
Okay.
Establish that he needs a new term.
Okay.
Or wants to-
Okay, let's sit down for 1 second.
No problem.
I'm about to
But on the
thank you,
record.
Jessica.
Hold on, just hold on. Wait.
Okay, this is case 2460698, the people of the state of Michigan versus Stefan Omari and Austin, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Charged with one count of assault with intent to do great. Attorney.
I think that's another case that they was covering right there, guys. I mean, everybody in there coughing, sneezing, sniffling. Well, this was in the wintertime in Detroit when this happened, so I guess I can see why some people may be sick, huh?
Versus Jarvis Butts. All parties are present. We took a 20-minute break, and Ms. Ripley, you can continue with your questioning.
Thank you. Sergeant Jones, I believe we were leaving off at August 26th.
Yes. So text messages from August 26, 2023, starting at 0909 hours. Naziah sends to Jarvis, I'm in so much pain right now. At 0909, 40 seconds, she says, my stomach hurts really bad. At 0937 hours, Jarvis attempts to call Naziah. It shows here missed call from Bay for Life. At 1426 hours, Naziah texts Jarvis and says, I did have my period. It came when I was in the hospital. At 1420 hours, this is now jumped to August 27th. 1420 hours, Naziah sends GM for good morning. August 28th at 0006 hours, Naziah sends to Jarvis, my stomach hurt real bad. 00:55 hours, she sends, why you can't answer. 00:56 hours, she sends, never mind this, you anyway. At 01:31 hours, Jarvis replies to her, yes, baby. At 01:32, Nazaya replies, my stomach hurt really bad. At 01:32 hours, Jarvis replies to her, I didn't nut inside of you. At 01:33, Nazaya replies, I'm not even talking about that. I'm saying it hurts really bad. At 01:34, she sends, are you busy? 01:49, Nazaya sends, I want to talk to you about some, let me know when you are free. And these were all deleted.
Okay. And August 28th, later in the day.
August 28th at 13:31 hours, Nazaya sends a message to Jarvis that says, I want to try something. At 13:32, he replies back, what? Spelled W-A-T. At 13:32 hours, she says, a threesome. At 13:44 hours, Nazaya sends, you down for it? Then she sends a question mark. At 13:44, Jarvis replies back, with who? 13:44, she replies, IDK, or I don't know yet, do you got someone? At 13:45, she sends, I'm still looking.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
Okay. And just a couple hours later on August 28th.
August 28th at 18:58 hours, Nazaya sends, I feel you don't want to be bothered with me. 2200 hours, she sends, WYD for what you're doing. 2200 hours, he replies back, thinking about you. 2201, she sends, oh, so are you down with the threesome? 2221, he replies, yes, with who though? 2246, she sends, IK, still looking. Then immediately after that, she replies, IDK for I don't know. It is now August 29th at 03:47. She sends, bet, that's what's up. He replies, huh? Nazaya then replies, none, you'll figure it out. At 03:49 hours, he sends what? She then replies back to him, never mind, NBM, are you busy? She then replies at 03:50, again, exactly, so I'll take that as a yes.
And were those deleted?
Yeah.
And now we're moving forward to, sorry.
That's okay, go ahead.
We're moving forward to September 26th.
September 26th, starting at 14:31 hours, Nazaya sends,
Hey, therapists say, it's hard out here for a pimp. Hey, forget when she trying to get this money for the rent. Thank you so much, therapist. Sure, it's right. I'm a pimpstress. Oh, put me as a pimpstress. Be taking up a collection plate. No. It's definitely hard out here for a pimp all day long. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I surely appreciate it. I know. Boy, sometimes when I think of with that movie with oh gosh, I can't even think his name. Oh gosh. with that whoop that trick. Oh gosh. Whoa. They have my boy. I can't even think of his name now with the pretty eyes. Oh gosh. You know, because when he played in Dead Presidents, y'all know who he played on he just played on Empire. I can't even think his name now. Oh gosh. I'm having a brain fart. Whatever. Don't judge me. Judge Judy. Y'all know who I'm talking about. But yeah, he was like, whoop that trick. All right, let me take us back here.
Bay, you up? Some question marks.
Here's
And then
Howard.
she sends another set of question marks. 1432, he replies, yeah. 1433, Isaiah sends, my period haven't came at all. 1436, she sends, hello, you there? With some question marks. 1437, Jarvis replies to Isaiah, what you mean? At 1438, Isaiah says, it have not came. 1438, Jarvis replies to her, since when? Isaiah then sends at 1438, 42 seconds, since I was in the hospital. The next message is, that was last month. I'm scared. I don't know IDK what to do. I have to go to the doctor's TM or tomorrow. At 1441, Jarvis replies to Isaiah and says, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative. 1441, she replies, it did. At 1441, Jarvis then replies, so go get another one. At 1442, Isaiah tells him on a text, I can't, I have no money. After that, she says, you go get one. At 1443, she says, you ain't scared to get a plan B, get a pregnancy test and bring it later today. Just act like you have to use the bathroom. At 1436, she says, PLS for please. She then replies, will you do it? With some question marks. At 1451, she sends hello with a bunch of question marks. Then at 1456, Jarvis replies to her with okay.
Okay, and now the messages from 9:26 at 14:31 in 41 seconds, all the way to 14:39 and 42 seconds, were those deleted?
Well, so they're deleted from the 14:31, 41 seconds, all the way down to 14:39 and 13 seconds. Those are not deleted.
Okay.
Then there's two that are deleted, which are the two messages that talked about, I'm scared, I don't know what I have to do. I have to go to the doctor's tomorrow. And then the other one that she deleted was when it says, you said that you took a pregnancy test and it was negative.
Okay.
There's one that she did not delete that was, it did. Then the rest of them after that, where it talks about get another test, come upstairs and put it in the bathroom, those messages were deleted.
Okay. And moving to September 27th.
September 27th, starting at 21:26 hours, Messiah sends, but are we still on for Friday? At 21:31, Jarvis replies, what you mean? 21:38, she says, are we still on for Friday? At 21:49, Jarvis replies, yes. 21:49, Isaiah says, the letter K. At 21:49, Jarvis then sends a text to her asking, what we doing though? At 21:49, she sends back, fucking. At 21:50, Jarvis replies, seriously? 21:50, Isaiah replies, yeah, what else we gonna do? 21:50, Jarvis replies back to her, where? Isaiah then replies back immediately and says, IDK, or I don't know, you pick somewhere. Then at 21:51, Jarvis sends to her, I always do. 21:51, Isaiah sends, I know. At 21:52, she says, I really just want to cuddle, but if you want to fuck, we can. 21:52, 20 seconds, she sends, so do you, with some question marks. 21:52 and 35 seconds, Jarvis sends to her, do I weigh? Then right after that is a word that was corrected, like what? So should have said, do I what? Then Isaiah sends at 21:52, wanna fuck. At 21:53, she sends, I just wanna cuddle, but it ain't always what I wanna do. At 21:53, she says, so yes or no? At 21:54, Jarvis replies, only if you want to. 21:54, she says, okay, so we fucking then. 21:55, Jarvis replies, so stop talking about you want to cuddle then. 21:55, Isaiah replies, okay, damn, you don't have to be mean. At 21:55, Jarvis replies, and it shows that he laughed at her comment about you don't have to be mean.
Okay, and were all of those messages deleted?
No,
Okay. Where does it start that it was deleted?
they do not start getting deleted until the messages that Jarvis sends to her, only if you want to. So we fucking then, stop talking about you want to cuddle. Those are the messages that were deleted.
Okay. And now we are moving forward to October 19th.
October 19th, 2023 at 22:23 hours, Jarvis sends Naziah a text that says, hey. She replies back, are you ignoring me? Jarvis then replies, no. It now jumps to October 21st at 19:05 hours. Naziah sends, hey, babe, I need that plan B today. At 19:07 hours, Jarvis sends her the letter Y. The next message isn't sent until October 22nd at 04:33 hours when Naziah replies back to him, WIMY, so for meaning what you mean, why.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now jumping to November 27th.
Okay, so now we're getting into the -5 hours for the,
Okay.
November 27th, 2023 at 21:06 hours, Naziah sends, I just want to talk. I really don't want to lose you. At 21:09, she says, can we talk later, yes or no? At 22:28, she says, I don't what's your problem, but I need you to bring me what I need tonight. It's hard doing all this gym shit with this baby. And if I don't do them, I'm going to get a F. 22:28, she says, if you keep ignoring me, you just gonna get no more pussy. 22:35, she says, answer the phone, you not doing nothing. 22:36, she sends PLSSSS for please.
And were those deleted?
Yes.
And now I'm going to jump ahead to January 9th of 2024.
January 9th, 2024 at 14:21, Naziah sent to Jarvis, don't forget, be there before 3. I will let you know when I'm leaving the school. If you're not there, I will wait. Then at 14:22, she sends, send okay if you've seen the message so I can delete your number. Then at 14:23, Jarvis replies, okay, and those messages were deleted.
And there was no further communication between Nazia's text number and Jarvis's number after January 9th, 2024, 1 year ago today.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Time-wise, for lunch break, do you want to do your cross before? Okay. Let's break for lunch. Come back at 1:35, and we will continue with cross-examination. Everybody ready? I need a colleague. I got 28 of them. Somebody should be able to do the case. 28 of us here. Somebody should be able.
Yeah. I think that everybody is kind of glad that part is over. I don't know even what he crossed her on, but we'll see. Yeah, they had to, well, of course they brought in the text messages because they wanted to make sure that they established this timeline, right? And then it also talked about, it brought in the, I want to say the evidence of why he might have done what he did in regards to, because expecting had that message.
But
So,
the complete afternoon also is blocked off for this case. So we'll figure it out. Anything else for the record?
Not for the people.
Nothing. Thank you.
why they went through those text messages like that and just showing the dynamics of their relationship. I mean, I don't even want to call it a relationship or whatever. I mean, like she was at the point where she was trying to get other little girls. And guys, the bigger issue is that, you know, he was a SA'er before this. He just wasn't on the registry. Now, how they didn't get him on the registry, I have no clue. But it
Evidence that Nazia was ever there.
on the registry.
Let's see.
That's another concern that did before. Even and we find out more information is nothing, you know.
And that might as well go with the two because those are
Find out more that Mr. Butts, this is not the only one that he's being charged with. Y'all can't hear me still? So this is the only unaliving that he's being charged with, but this is not the only SA. Because after this, more and more stuff started coming out in regards to inappropriate relationships that he was having. So definitely know that he's guilty of the SAing, right? For the most part, like. Far as the unaliving, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so let's see here. So I think this is the last little portion that we'll play today. I'm trying to see if they do a cross. Wait a minute.
Maybe a second.
No, Kimball.
Kimball.
Yeah.
Both homicides. Yeah. Okay, I just said. Ready?
Ready.
Okay, we're back on the record. This is case 2459617, the people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts. We left off right before Mr. Riggins was getting ready to begin cross-examination of Sergeant Jones. Sergeant Jones, you are still under oath, and once you get seated, Ms. Riggins, you can begin cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Jones.
Good afternoon.
So you're the OIC on this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
When were you first designated as the OIC on this case?
Would have been, I believe, the 15th or 16th of February.
Okay. And what are your duties as OIC on this case?
The OIC begins with the preliminary investigation overlooking the case. On a missing person case, we're obviously making contact with family and getting some witness interviews. We also prep a warrant request that's submitted to the prosecutor.
Okay. So you're responsible for collecting evidence
Yes,
and you're responsible for coordinating the evidence.
correct.
Okay. You conduct interviews, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, you conducted several interviews in this case.
yes, sir.
Okay. You submit evidence for testing, correct?
Pardon me?
You submit evidence for testing.
Yes, I have.
Okay. And I've seen the prosecution refer to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
What was your
The
question?
prosecution has referred back to you to make sure they haven't missed anything, correct?
Correct.
So you're the person that makes sure everything in the file is together, correct?
Correct.
And you interviewed several of Mr. Butts' girlfriends, correct?
Yes,
You interviewed, I believe, Tashiana Davis and Shannon Harris on the 15th.
yes,
And you interviewed Najeen Rushing on the 29th, correct?
I haven't looked at that date, but I trust that that's the 29th.
Okay. Did you interview any of his other girlfriends?
Yes,
Okay, which girlfriends did you interview?
I interviewed Kizzy Young.
Okay,
There's Tashiana Davis,
okay,
Angela, and I just cannot remember her last name at the moment, but she is who he resides with on Wilshire.
okay,
I attempted to make a phone call to another girlfriend. I'd have to look at my reports, but she never came in for an interview.
all right.
There is another girlfriend who her name is Lucretia Bryant Hauser.
Okay,
That may be all the girlfriends. I may be missing one. I'd have to relook at all the witness statements.
so you are aware that Mr. Butts has quite a few girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
All right. And from the very beginning of this case, you suspected, from your beginning of the case, you suspected Jarvis Butts had something to do with Neziah being missing, correct?
Well, when we were discussing the case on the first day, February 12th, DPS had told us the last person that they had contact with and they identified as Jarvis Butts. And then on February 15th, when we verified that Neziah was in fact with him and Cordell on the ride out to Ypsilanti, which is the last day that she was seen, then he became primary suspect.
Okay. And from the beginning, you didn't suspect this was a missing person case, correct?
Well, she's missing. It's been a missing person case. I don't understand your question, I guess.
So you suspect that she was deceased, correct?
I didn't expect that she's deceased from day one. It takes a lot of investigation before you can come to that conclusion.
Okay.
It's not going to be one of those right away. You have to rule out every other possibility.
All right. Didn't you tell Shannon Harris in her interview on the 15th that this is not a missing person case at this point?
I believe I told her that it was not being handled by DPS as a missing person case at that point, and that it's being handled at Detroit Police Homicide Missing Persons.
So you didn't tell her that this was not a missing person case? We're no longer looking for a missing person?
I don't believe that would have been my exact wording.
Okay.
On February 15th?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't believe that would have been my wording, that I would have already come to some conclusion that she was deceased on the 15th.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, did you receive information that Naziah had thought about running away?
Yes.
Okay. Also, during your investigation, did you receive information about a potential sex trafficking ring?
There was several different leads or tips that come in about sex trafficking rings. All those were investigated.
Okay. Now, you interviewed my client, you yourself, with, I believe your partner was Sergeant Lynch, is his name?
Sergeant Sullivan?
Sergeant Sullivan, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You interviewed my client 3 times, correct?
A minimum, I believe, one the 31st, the 1st, and I believe we went back again.
July
possibly
20th?
that.
July
That
20th?
sounds about right.
Okay. And you interviewed him 3.5 hours, May 31st, correct?
Is that the time on the recording? Then
Yes.
okay,
An hour and a half, the second time, correct?
correct.
And roughly 45 minutes, I believe it was like 38 and some change, third time.
Okay,
So you interviewed him for close to 6 hours?
that could be true.
Okay. And you took statements from my client, correct?
I mean, we recorded the interview.
Okay. You didn't reduce anything to writing, correct?
No,
He never signed anything,
but
correct?
he signed his advice of rights.
Signed advice of right, but he never looked at what he had told you or what your conversation was, correct?
I mean, he verbally acknowledged things throughout the investigation. I did not reduce it down to handwriting.
And your conversation that you had with him, for lack of a better term, was rather fluid, correct?
Was what?
It was rather fluid.
It's a conversation.
There was a back and forth conversation where both you and your partner were talking and he was just talking back, correct?
A conversation between the three of us?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And you told him that you wanted to tell his side of his story, correct?
Correct.
He did tell you that he was joking about the messages he sent, correct?
The initial messages.
Yes.
So in the very beginning of the interview, he starts off where he denies that that was her. He claimed that he was sending them to his child's mother. It then turned into that he was just joking around with Naziah for entertainment purposes.
Okay.
Then he admits to that all the messages were in fact to Naziah and not to Shannon, because he could never tell that that wasn't Shannon talking as you went through the rest of the messages.
But he told you that, sorry, just one moment. Okay. All right. So throughout your 3 conversations, your 6 hours of conversations with him, he never acknowledged harming her, did he?
I don't believe I ever asked him that direct question. He had never acknowledged having sex or touching. That was asked multiple times of whether there was any type of touching It was asked about the text messages where some of them are saying again that would presume that there had already been a time, and he simply said that it was still just texting for entertainment purposes.
Okay. Now, during your investigation, I'm sorry, specifically on the 20th, you and your partner came over and asked him
The 20th of what?
July.
July?
This would be the third conversation.
Okay.
On the 20th, you asked him, does he ever hang out on the west side, correct?
I haven't reviewed that full interview, but I do remember asking him about the west side, yes.
And he told you,
Objection, Your Honor. They can't admit their defendant's statements. 720 was not admitted.
Do you want to respond or do you want me to rule?
I'll move on. Did you get any information that he had a child on the west side?
He does have a child's mother that lives on the west side, yes.
Okay. So that could be a reason for him to be on the west side, correct?
It could be a possibility.
Okay. But in your interview, he spoke with you freely, correct?
Correct.
He didn't argue with you. I believe you had a search warrant for his DNA, but he didn't argue with that. He freely gave you his DNA, didn't he?
I don't believe I did. I don't think I collected his DNA. Somebody else presented a search warrant for that.
You're right. I'm sorry. You weren't the one that, but he didn't argue with anyone. He gave his DNA freely, correct?
Correct.
Okay. He gave you his passcode to his phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said that you searched the 7 Mile and Berg area, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned that this was a former golf course. Now it's abandoned, correct?
Yes.
And there is a parking structure across the street, correct?
Well, parking lot.
A parking lot, thank you.
Yes.
And this abuts the Rouge River, correct?
Yes.
There's also residential streets over there, correct?
Correct.
Shiawassee over there, correct?
Yes.
Appleton, Pembroke, Vassar, those are all residential streets, correct?
Yes.
And those are all in the same area, correct?
Correct.
And I think you mentioned Angel, but her last name is Leonard. Angel Leonard, correct?
Yes.
And Angel Leonard lives at 13362 Wilshire Street, correct?
Yes.
That's her home, correct?
That's where her and Jarvis live. Yes.
Jarvis lives there, correct?
Yes.
And you mentioned Najin, is it Najin Rushing?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Rushing stays at 4 Alexandrine Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So on the 9th, you had information that he was both at the Wilshire address at some point, correct?
Yes.
And he was at the Alexandrian address, correct?
Correct.
And did you get any information from any of these witnesses that was not true,
That what was not true.
that he was at those addresses?
Did I get any information that he was not at the addresses? I believe when we talked to Najin, she couldn't remember if she didn't acknowledge seeing him that night.
Okay. And would you agree, how do I say this? Mr. Butts is a complicated life, correct?
Mr. Butts created a complicated life.
He
Yes.
has multiple girlfriends, correct?
Correct.
He is juggling girlfriend 1 through I don't know how many, correct?
Yes.
And he does things to juggle all these girlfriends, correct? He may lie to his girlfriend about someone else, correct? He may park around the block so that another girlfriend can't see a car. He may borrow a car. All that true? Is that fair?
It's fair.
Lying is not a crime, is it? Or lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, is it?
Well, lying to a girlfriend is not a crime, no.
Okay. And you spend a lot of time talking about text messages on the record. All right. Can I take you back to some of those text messages? Do you still have them with you?
I do.
Okay. Let's go back to September 26th
Of which year?
of 2023.
September 26th?
Right.
Starting at what time?
Okay. Line 1293.
I don't have numbers like
You
that
don't
on my page. Can you just tell me a time to the second?
Is that 1433?
The 1433 even?
Yes.
Yes.
So, in that text message, that's the one where she texted about her period not coming, right?
Yes.
And she texted that she was going to the doctor the next day, correct?
Correct.
And a little bit farther down, at 1457, does she also text him that I might not be pregnant? It might be from stress.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can we look at November 27th? You have that? Let me find it.
From November 27th?
November 27th of 2023.
Okay. What time?
It is 22:28.
Okay.
This is where she texts Mr. Butts that she is doing the gym with the baby's heart, correct?
Yes.
Now, the very next day, November 28th, you have that?
Yes.
At 21:48:43, thank you.
Which one?
She texts Jarvis Butts, it healed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Butts doesn't respond to any of these messages, does he?
He doesn't respond until the next couple of days, the next day.
Oh. Then in December, a couple of weeks later, Mr. Butts does some Google searches. So this is the Google search, correct?
December 10th.
December 9th through
9th.
11th?
10th. Yes.
So he does searches for abortion, Planned Parenthood sites, correct?
Yes.
He does searches for over-the-counter abortion pill, correct?
Yes.
And we all agree that Mr. Butts has many girlfriends, right?
Correct.
There may be some that we don't know about. Fair?
Possibly.
Okay. So any testimony that says that these text messages, I'm sorry, these website searches were regarding Isaiah Harris would be speculation, right?
I don't believe I said they were regarding Isaiah. I just read what he had been searching on the internet.
Fair enough, but we can't say who they're regarding, correct?
Correct.
So you testified that you found some guns, correct?
Correct.
said you found a long gun, I believe at 13362 Wilshire, Angel Leonard's house?
Yes,
Okay. And did you find that that gun was registered to her?
yes,
Okay. And you said you found a couple of other guns, correct?
correct.
Were those guns operable?
I don't test fire the weapons.
Okay. So I take
I would
those.
have to look at the laboratory report to see if they test fired them.
Okay. Do you know if any of those guns were tested for DNA?
I believe they would have been swabbed, but I don't know if those swabs were submitted.
Okay. You also testified that you found several knives in one of the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
All right. Did you test the knives? I know you tested at least one knife for
Yes.
for DNA. Did you test the other knives for DNA?
The other knives were not tested, no.
Okay. And did you test any of the knives for blood?
I believe we had all the knives swabbed and then nothing came back leading anything to be blood, but we submitted it on the knife that was up near the driver's seat. The other knives, one was like a butter knife. Another one was like a smaller kitchen knife, but it was like under the back seat. It looked old and crusty, like it hadn't been up there. So the knife that was at the closest access that looked to be not stored in the truck for a very long time, as opposed to the other ones, were the ones that we had swabbed and tested. And then additionally, they were tested with Blue Star. So the knife that reacted to anything that maybe Blue Star reacted to, that was specific why that knife was submitted.
So there was no blood found on that knife, correct?
Correct.
So there was testimony about a black hoodie that was found, correct?
Yes.
Did you personally examine this hoodie?
I did not touch it. It was there. I was there as I observed it being opened up by the evidence technician who was collecting it, as well as re-going through the photos while we were there and then after.
All right. So the hoodie looked weathered, did it not?
It was wet.
It was wet. There were spider webs in it, correct?
I didn't open it to manipulate it, so if there was something that maybe the evidence tech testified to seeing, I wasn't right there as it was being opened, so I couldn't answer. I did not see a spider web. I can't say that there was not one.
Okay. Did you see any other debris on this hoodie?
So again, the hoodie is wet.
Okay.
A lot of times when articles of clothing are wet, it's hard to distinguish whether there's any other type of stains on there. We're not out there manipulating clothing like that. We preserve it the best that we can. That way, if there is something, it can be properly examined inside a laboratory where I'm not adding more possible contamination to anything.
Okay. But it's fair to say that it's speculation on how the holes would have gotten into it, correct?
Well, I said I don't know how those holes got there.
Okay. Now, we've heard that the hoodie was tested for genetic material, correct?
For DNA?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it tested for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay. You also found a pair of red and black shoes, gym shoes, correct?
Yes.
Were they tested for DNA?
No.
Okay. And you seized several cars in this investigation, correct?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
Okay. You had a cadaver dog pass through the cars, correct?
Correct.
Did the cadaver dog give you a hit on any car?
No.
Okay. Just a moment. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
Yes, Judge. Briefly. Sergeant Jones, that text back on November 27th, 2023, where Desire replies, "It healed." You can't say what that's about, can you?
Correct.
And defense asked you about some guns that were found and that there was a long gun registered to Angel. But it's true that Mr. Butts can't have any guns around him in his house, can he?
Correct,
Regardless of who they're registered to.
correct.
And as for the guns, you were asked whether or not they were operable. There weren't tests performed on these guns, were there?
Not that I believe, no.
Okay. And tell me, why is it that there wasn't an emphasis put on doing like test shots for a gun?
The original, when we got the guns, I believe that the priority was to swab for DNA. Is we do that before we start sending them to get test fired and contaminating anything. The guns were swabbed, all the evidence that was collected, and then the items that I believe, after talking with lab specialists and looking at the different things that would be the most successful, to coming back and giving me the answers on whether that was Nazia's hoodie or not, those were the items that were submitted. Once that hoodie came back that it was hers, there was no need for me to test the shoes that I had a picture of her wearing, because I knew that that hoodie was going to be showing that that was her belongings.
Now, as it relates to guns specifically, if you're trying to connect a gun to a homicide, would you need something to compare it to?
Yes,
Okay, and was there there was no body found in this case, that's correct?
correct. You would either need a projectile that you may recover or find at a scene, or the actual spent casing.
And there was none of that able to be found, correct?
Correct.
And just generally, as just a common person with common knowledge, spider webs can be formed fairly quickly depending on the spider. Is that fair to say?
Yes, there's times I come in the morning and there's already one on my car.
And that wouldn't be there the night before.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your experience, does Michigan State Police even test for gunshot residue?
I don't believe so.
And you were also asked about a cadaver dog. You've used cadaver dogs in your history, in your police work?
For 11 years, yes.
Okay. Now, a cadaver dog would only hit if they're in a vehicle, if there was a dead body in that vehicle. Is that correct?
They'll hit on blood, or if there was like biological from somebody that's deceased, something.
So if a body was in a car that was not yet deceased, that cadaver dog presumably would not hit.
Correct.
And you got this investigation in February around the 14th or 15th?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that knife found in Mr. Butts' car?
After we impounded the car, then they did the inventory, the evidence search. It would have been probably a week or so later, and then it's reviewed when I get to that and then submitted.
Okay. So that would have put almost a month and a half, almost 2 months away from January 9, 2024.
Yes.
Nothing further, Judge.
Yeah, can I ask a couple follow-up questions?
Yes.
So if a gun was used in a homicide, maybe not as a shooting, maybe as just a blunt force instrument, or if it was or if it was a close range shot, couldn't blood or skin cells be on the gun?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ms. Bickley, any last questions?
No, Judge, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Jones, you are done testifying.
Thank you.
Any more witnesses?
No, Judge. At this time, the people would not.
Yeah, unfortunately, that everybody's entitled to a defense, right? But you know, I don't know, because I probably didn't see too many things about this case that I may start thinking out of the box, and y'all might have to pull me back in at different points and times, because I do believe two things can be true. I can definitely believe that he needs to be up under the jail and that he is the scum of the earth and all of the above. But he has been the scum of the earth for a very, very long time, it seems like. My only concern is that with how dysfunctional the family is, what their involvement may be in this. Like, he's never been an unaliver. Not saying he didn't do it, but it raises my eyebrows. Like, I mean, he can totally be a disgusting human being and do disgusting things, right? Where he needs to be in jail for the rest of his life, no matter what. But did he really do the unaliving? Like, are we making sure that we got the right person, or is it a convenient person that they're putting it on? I just, and we'll have to see what evidence comes out, because I know we have all the evidence in regards to the essay, right? That's plain out and simple. But when we talking about other stuff, I don't know. I think on both sides. Y'all, I'm sure y'all pull me back in whenever I get out there on that limb. Am I muted? Oh no, I'm not muted. Okay, wait 1 second. I want to get give me 1 second, y'all. Hold on. Hold on, I'm looking for. I don't know. For some reason, it appears that they have this stuff like out of order, but I think that it's important for us to listen to the grandma and also the unstatement, in my opinion. So I want to get that up here so we can listen to it.
Motion detected at front door.
Yeah, it seemed like, let me see. Okay, that's not it. Let me see. Let me make sure. Okay. I don't know why you can't find this. Wait a minute. And I know they both testified because that was half of the problem. Um, let me see. I see the grandmas. Let me see if I can find the aunts for ours. Hey, I get on my nerves. Okay, let's do this because the only place that I see. I'm trying to find a good feed. This is the aunt. Hmm. I'm trying to find us a courtroom feed. But it looks like most of them are coming from. Okay. Okay. Well, we won't take too much time. I'll just go back and do it. Yeah, I don't understand why they don't have that like that, but okay. All right. Okay, so we'll just do I know justice justice is a process has the um have it on. Okay, so let me get that up here for us. And shout out to Justice is a process. I am gonna put the his link in the description box, guys. Because that's where we're getting the video from because no one else has it. Yeah. I don't see it anywhere else. It looks like he has the entire case on there. So, yeah, that'll work. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I'm doing stuff wrong. Share this tab. Okay, so here I'm gonna play grandma's testimony, and we're getting this from Justice is a Process. I'll put the link in the description box if anybody wants to go over there and check out his page or their channel. They do cover trials just the same way. I think the same way, but definitely covers trials. I'm subscribed to him. Subscribe to him. Awesome community over there. And this is the grandmother testimony, guys.
Speak clearly in the mic. You can get up and put it in your lap too if you like.
Okay, thank you.
Whenever ready, Mr. Makepeace.
Thank you. Could you state your name for the record?
And then Harris.
And Ms. Harris, do you know someone or did you know someone by the name of Neziah Harris?
Yes,
And who is Neziah to you?
my granddaughter.
Are you her legal guardian?
Yes, I am.
When did you become her legal guardian?
I adopted Neziah back in 2016.
And that was court work or paperwork filed and all of that to legally adopt her?
Yes, it took a process.
Oh.
Yes.
And back in January of 2024, did Neziah live with you?
Yes.
I don't want to know the specific address, but what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And is that in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
How long had Neziah been living with you at that address on Bedford?
Oh, wow. Basically, I mean, ever since I had her. I mean,
Since 2016?
well, we moved to another house.
Okay, when did you move into the Bedford house?
Let me see. 2019, we moved in that house and then moved in the house that I am now, which is still on Bedford.
Okay. And did Neziah make those moves with you?
Yes.
And in January of 2024, at that Bedford location, who else lived there?
Just me, the kids. My other daughter lived with me at the other address. But it was just basically me and my kids and Shannon,
And who is Shannon?
my daughter,
And what's her last name?
Harris,
And she lived with you and Neziah and the other kids at the Bedford location?
at the first Bedford location.
Okay. At
Yes.
that first Bedford location, how many other kids in addition to Neziah lived there?
My other two, my grandson and my other grandchildren.
Okay. So how many kids total in that house?
6. Should have been 6.
And you and Shannon, correct?
Well,
Living there.
Shannon, she was there, but she wasn't really like there all the time.
Okay.
She would spend more majority of her time at my house, but actually Shannon had her place out in Clinton Township.
And when you were there in January of 24, how old was Neziah at that time?
January 24th, she had 13. She had her birthday in September.
And was she going to school?
Yes, she was.
What school did she attend?
J.E. Clark Preparatory Academy.
And is that also in Detroit?
Yes, it is.
Just generally, can you tell us about your morning routine with the kids, specifically Neziah, about getting them to school and things like that?
Sure. Okay. 6 a.m. That's when I get the children up. They usually get up, get dressed, prepare themselves. About 7:15, 7:20, we're basically saying prayer and we're loading up in the car. I'm dropping them off at school at 7:30. Breakfast starts at 7:30, and they like to eat breakfast at school.
And does that include Neziah? You would drop her off at J.E. Clark?
All together, yes.
Now, I want to talk about, let me ask it this way. Did you know someone by the name of Jarvis Butts?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today? If you need to stand up, then look around.
I don't see them.
Do you need glasses?
Yeah, my
Okay,
daughter has my glasses.
Okay, Judge, may I take a moment to give her glasses?
Yes. I almost think that he's ended now, like, so she thinks it look like he's like hiding behind somebody. He is not gonna say no. Yeah, like he hiding behind a mask, he's hiding behind somebody, like they should have told him to stand up and take his mask off. That's what they did when the sister came in here.
May I approach witness, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, y'all can't hear me when the court audio is. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you see Mr. Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you
Yes.
point to him and identify a piece of clothing that he's wearing?
Blue uniform with the blue mask.
For the record, the witness has identified Jarvis Butts, the defendant in this matter.
So reflected.
And may I approach the witness again, Judge?
Yeah.
I'm approaching with what's already been admitted as People's 9. And Ms. Harris, do you recognize the person in that photo?
Yes.
And who is that person?
Jarvis Butts.
And is that the same person you've identified in court here today?
Yes.
And Ms. Harris, how did you know Mr. Butts back in January of 2024?
He's the father of my daughter's children.
And is that daughter Shannon Harris?
Yes.
Okay. How many kids do they have together?
5.
And would he come around your house on Bedford in January or the months leading up to January?
Whenever he did come, he would always pull up in a white truck, and Shannon would go out to the car, and they would sit and talk or whatever, but he would very rarely come in my house.
And during that time when he would come around and sit in his car, was there any times that he would interact with Naziah that you saw?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay. Now I want to talk specifically about January 9th. You had described your morning routine with the kids. Did you follow that routine on January 9th?
Yes, I did.
And did that include dropping Naziah off at J.E. Clark 7:15 to 7:30?
Yes.
And can you tell us what she was wearing on January 9th, 2024?
Yes, she was wearing a pair of light powdered blue jeans with a light powdered blue jacket that had the black little fur around the collar. It was like a 2-piece set.
And did she have a sweater on or a shirt on or something?
She had a shirt. She wore a shirt underneath it.
And you remember, did she have any other clothes with her on the 9th when you dropped her off?
She had her little blue sweatshirt with the little hoodie. She had that with her.
And do you know how or when she got that hoodie?
I bought that hoodie for her. I guess it was in the fall sometime that I bought it when I first. I mean, it wasn't nothing new. It was just one of her old hoodie jackets she used when she go to gym.
Okay. And in terms of, if you know, the condition of that hoodie on the 9th, was it torn, ripped, damaged in any way?
No, it was fairly really like kind of like still new because she took pretty good care of her things.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
May I approach you?
Yes.
I'm approaching with People's Proposed Exhibit 12. Ms. Harris, do you recognize what I just handed you?
Yes.
And is that a picture of Naziah?
Yes.
And do you know when that picture was taken?
The same day, January the 9th, she took this picture.
Oh, move to admit People's Proposed 12.
Any objection?
No objection.
It'll be admitted as People's Exhibit 12.
And when you dropped Naziah off at J.E. Clark, what was the routine supposed to be after school was over?
Okay, well, school is over, the bell rings at 2:40. Isaiah was due to come home. And normally when the bell rings, 2:40, 2:45, she's getting on the bus.
And that's what she normally did on other days?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
And
yes.
what time would she normally arrive back at home?
The Isaiah would be walking in through the door maybe 3:05, no later than that.
And on January 9th, did she walk in at 3:05?
No, she did not.
And were you home when she didn't come home?
I was there for a little while, but I left out to run some errands. But no, when I got to the house, she was not there.
And at that time, did you have a conversation with someone else about her not coming home, Isaiah not coming home?
Yeah, when I picked my children up from the after school program, I went in and my daughter said,
Objection, Board of Congress, on the hearsay.
I'll rephrase the question.
Okay, so thank
Just talking about what you saw and heard, and not asking for what anybody said, but did you talk to Shannon, your daughter?
yes,
about
Shannon said she was not there.
when you got?
So guys, just keep this in mind. Now, when the grandma's talking, remember she's saying Shannon was saying that she was not there, right? When she was going to pick up the kids from after school. Now, mind you, Jarvis is Shannon's children's fathers, because I think they got like 5 of them. I mean, he got about 13 kids. I think we lost count the last time. Barbara, I don't know. I think I don't know. Yeah, and I don't even know how she got all these kids in her custody at one time. She definitely was doing it for doing a check. Right? I don't even know where they have room. And the daughter was staying with them and her kids. Like, where was everybody staying? No, Jarvis is Shannon's kid's father, Lynn. So she got like 5 kids with him. Yeah, he got that magic stick, boy. And he wasn't a bad looking guy, not to me. Not to say, I mean, considering that he, because he got issues, like we could never do anything, and he got way too many kids, but he a handsome guy. So literally he was going around here getting all the women and then getting close to the women, then getting their nieces, their daughters, and he was just getting it all. He was getting it from everybody. Everybody that could give him, he was getting it. Like he was just greedy. I just put it as borderline, that's just greedy. That's like a man that gotta have a wife, a side chick, and a girlfriend. Like that is just greedy. Like you got a wife at home. Why you gotta have a side chick? And why you gotta have a mistress? Like it's like all this stuff. That's just greedy. Like where do you have enough money and time to take care of 3 women? No, Shannon is Jarvis's girlfriend or baby mama. Let's do it that way. Shannon is Jarvis's baby mama. Shannon is also Naziah's aunt. No, Naziah's mom is somebody else that does not stay. Yes, Elian, you got it right. Shannon is Jarvis' baby mama. Shannon is also Naziah's aunt. Oh, okay, 5 kids. You start speaking of side pieces, right? Did y'all hit that like button? Y'all know I don't like being treated like no side chick. Maybe a mistress, but not the side chick. The mistress, she, I don't know. Peach just be, hey. Yeah, but Shannon is her daughter. So this the mama of Shannon on the stand. It's a lot of things behind it, Lynn. That's why I'm saying I don't know if he really like this unaliver. I know he an essayer, but sometimes I wonder if Shannon got jelly of her niece. I mean, because if y'all listen to them text messages, like it was times where Naziah was like, look, you need to give her some so she can calm down so we can move on and do what we need to do. Like, that's what she would tell Jarvis about her aunt. Like, look, I'm paraphrasing. Yes, therapist, they are sisters. And she's actually a twin. It runs deep. We will have a diagram. we will get a diagram so we can put all this stuff it together. But yeah. So it's just like a whole bunch of nastiness going on around here. Like it's even going to come in when we find out that this device, Shannon is a twin. I don't think she's a twin to Naziah's mom, but she's a twin. Yes, Peach, just me. It is. Yeah, because I'm irritated with all of them. All of them. I don't think any of them get an escape pass for me. Like they don't get a hall pass for me. None of them. All of them got something as far as issues, as far as I'm concerned. And starting right here, the top of the head of the household. I'll find out, Lynn, who's I know Shannon is a twin. I just don't know which. I don't think it's this sister. And she may testify to her twin, but she is a twin. Yeah, that's how I feel. All of them should go to jail. They trying to put it on him just by himself. We got to use grape, Barbara. YouTube ding it. Yeah, so and Naziah's mom was actually the mistress because the guy that she got pregnant with Naziah with was married at the time. So she was left by herself with Naziah. Then she came to a point where she couldn't take care of Naziah. And that's how Naziah got with her grandmother. Way deep. The apple don't fall far from the tree. Right? It just kept going down. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and play and let's see what else this grandma gonna say that's probably gonna make us mad.
Home that day on the 9th. Was Naziah there?
No.
And did you eventually make a police report about her missing?
Yes, I did. Yes,
and when did you do that?
That morning when I got to school, I went up and dropped the kids off to school. I talked with the dean and the principal, and I told them that I was on my way to the police station, and they told me that they would call the police, and the DPS police came there.
And you said DPS, is that Detroit Public Schools?
Yeah.
And did you talk to an officer at that time at the school?
Yes, I did.
And was that at J.E. Clark physically at that location?
Yes.
And you said that morning, are you talking about the morning of the 10th?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Was Naziah active on social media, if you know?
Well, as far as I know, she was. There were times that she was sneaking go on it, but yeah, she was.
Okay. And did you keep track of her social media pages like TikTok or Facebook or anything like that?
I tried, a lot of times, I would take her phone and stuff from her, so, to keep her from being on there.
And after the 9th, did you ever see any posts made by Neziah?
I didn't see any posts. Most of the time, if there was a post or something, or she posts, my daughter or someone would call me and tell me.
Have you ever heard, after the 9th, heard any communication or seen Neziah?
Mm-mm.
When, is that a no?
No,
And when you dropped her off on the 9th at school at J.E. Clark, was that the last time you saw her?
yes.
May I have one moment, Trish?
Yes.
Just to follow up, I did forget to ask this. Her bus stop, how far from your house was that in walking distance?
5 minutes.
Do you know where the location that she got dropped off at was, the address or the intersection?
Right there at a 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall.
And that's 5 minutes from your house?
Yeah.
And did Neziah have any nicknames that people called her?
Where her family called her Tutor, but I've always called her Glamorous. I've been calling her that ever since she was born.
Is it Glamour?
Glamorous.
Oh. May I have one more, Trish?
Yes. You said Tutor?
Tutor.
Tutor.
Mm-hmm.
I know you're interesting.
Okay, Ross.
Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning.
Now, you are Neziah's maternal grandmother, right?
Correct.
You're also her adopted parent, right?
Correct.
And you said you adopted her in 2016?
Yeah. Should have been 16.
Okay. Is her birth mother still around?
She is.
Okay. Does she have a relationship with her?
No.
She doesn't have any type of relationship, no contact with her that you know of?
Well, let me say this. I don't deal with my daughter, so she really didn't have no contact with Neziah like that. She only came around now and then.
Okay. And you testified that you currently stay on Bedford Street?
Yes.
And in fact, I think you testified you lived on 2 houses on Bedford Street.
Correct.
And did Neziah have friends on Bedford Street that you were aware of?
She had friends, but her friends didn't live on Bedford.
Okay. Do you know if she ever had any friends over?
No.
Did she ever spend the night at any of these friends' houses?
No.
And at your prior neighborhood, did she have friends that she may have spent the night over?
No.
You indicated that there are approximately 6 children in the house.
Well, not now. When he asked me about the address,
Yes.
I lived at 2 houses, which is on the same street of Bedford.
Okay.
Okay. So the house that we lived in before, it was my children and my daughter's children.
Your daughter being Shannon.
No, Marquita.
Marquita.
Mhm.
Okay. And did Neziah have?
Okay, so yeah, that's the twins, Marquita and Shannon. All right, Peach Just Be, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, so yeah, so this the grandma, so those are the 2 twins that we working with. And this grandma boy, she like all this stuff. Okay, you got the twins down, Lynn? Okay. We're gonna have to keep our notepad so we can have us a little chart. when it's time for trial, October 6th. Okay, I just wanted to get that in. I don't know what this nickname that she talk about, glamour or glamorous. I don't know, glamorous. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but I will see if somebody else testified to this so-called nickname. Baca, we'll definitely see. I don't want it to run too close into the time that we have too close to the time we have our after dark. Yeah, 2016. Yeah, I heard it say something like glamorous or something. Glammies or something like that. It wasn't glamorous. I know that the closed caption did get it right. It's something, not Clarence. She wasn't calling her Clarence. Okay. I can't with you. Dang on Clarence.
Any close relationship with any of these children particularly?
She was close with my granddaughter, one of my granddaughters, yeah.
Which granddaughter is that?
Naziah. Janiyah.
Okay.
All of their names are similar.
And Janiyah is Shannon's daughter?
Yes,
That would be Jarvis's daughter as well, correct?
correct.
And at your Guilford Street address, how many adults live there?
Just me and Shannon.
Okay. When did Shannon move in?
I'm sorry.
When did Shannon move in to Bedford?
Oh, I guess back in last October or something.
That would be October of 23.
Yeah,
So in January of 24, she was there, correct?
mm-hmm.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And you indicated that Naziah participated in social media?
She did participate in social media. She was on social media a lot of times when she wasn't supposed to be.
Okay. So did you see her post or did you follow her post?
I didn't see her really posting anything. I mean, at times when I did check, I didn't find anything.
Okay.
And most of the time, if she did post something, my daughter's then would, let me know, if she posted something. Right.
So you don't know who her social media friends were?
The only person that I know that was one of her classmates that she would post little things with one of her little classmates.
Okay. But it's fair to say there are some things you did not know.
Yeah, well, something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, you indicated that you drove Naziah to school every day, correct?
Correct.
Who else went to school with Naziah?
My other two children, Shannon's children.
Okay. And what type of student was Naziah?
Naziah was a very good student, very mannerable, very outgoing. She got good grades. Her attendance was good. The teachers had no problem with her. They really liked Naziah. Naziah got along with just about anybody.
Okay.
She was very likable.
Did she have any disciplinary problems?
No,
Do you recall her ever getting into a fight?
she did.
One fight, more than one fight?
There was a young lady that she had couple of, consultations with in school. And it was like an ongoing thing. situation.
Okay. And when did this first start?
I'm not quite sure when it started, but it was like off and on, you know, with this particular schoolmate that she had.
And this is for her current school, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did Isaiah participate in any extracurricular activities? Was she on band or anything?
She liked it, gym, robotics, art. I mean, she liked a lot of things that she was, you know, involved in, you know.
And would any of these things cause her to have stayed after school?
The only time she stayed after school is when she wanted to be enrolled in the after-school program.
Just a moment. I just want to step back a moment. We asked you about her social media. You said there were some things that you weren't aware of on social media, correct? Did you ever check her direct messages?
Like I said, I did, but when I did, there was nothing on there.
There was nothing.
No.
Okay. Did you monitor any of her conversations?
Yeah, I would, you know, go check, you know.
Okay.
But like I said, a lot of times, you know, I took Nazia's tablet, you know, from her at one point, you know, so there was really nothing that I knew of that she was on unless she got somebody's cell phone or something, you know.
Okay. So you did mention that she had a tablet. How many devices did she have that allowed her to connect to social media?
She only had that one tablet that I had bought her.
Okay.
And like I said, I took that tablet and put that tablet up.
So on January 9th, you took her to school, correct?
Correct.
And you said it was her and two of your other children that went?
My two other children and my daughter's children. I dropped them all off.
And you said that you noticed that she did not come home at her normal time.
Correct.
All right. You did not call the police then, correct?
No. Driving around looking for her. My daughter reached out to some of her classmates. I did nothing. And that morning, I got up. And like I said, I went straight to the school. And from there, I was on my way to police station to make the report. And they called the police from there. DPS police came to the school.
So the first report you made to the police was the next morning?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
School starts at 7:30. So I got there at 7:30. They got there about, I don't know, maybe 8.
So you didn't go to the precinct, you went to the school and the school called the police?
Yes, they called the police because I was getting ready to leave, and the dean said, "No, stay here." She said, "And we'll call the police."
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you are familiar with Mr. Butts, correct?
I know Mr. Butts.
Okay. And he dated your daughter, Shannon, correct?
Correct.
They did have 5 children, correct?
Correct.
And did all the children stay with you and Shannon?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, I don't want to give too much detail on the kids. What were the mix of boys and girls?
Can you repeat that?
What were the mix of the kids, boys and girls?
Well, I have a boy and girl, and Shannon has her 3 boys and her 2 girls.
So she had 3 boys and The two girls. Okay. And at any time, now, I think you did indicate that Mr. Butts would come over and I think you said he would rarely come in, correct?
Mm-hmm.
But he would come in on occasion, correct?
Not really on occasions, because most of the time when he came in, he would pull up in my driveway and my daughter would go out to the truck, and a lot of times the kids would go out to the truck. So it was very rare if he ever came in my house.
And you indicated that you were close with Neziah?
Yes.
Can you think of any reason that Neziah would not share information with you?
No. Neziah would come to me and talk to me all the time.
Okay.
If something was bothering her, or if she had a bad day in school, she'll come to me and we'll sit and talk about it. I always kept the door open for communication with Neziah and with really all of my children. So she always felt free, to come to me and sit down and talk to me about whatever.
So if something was frustrating Neziah, she would come with you?
She would, that I know of, yes.
Right, if something was scaring Neziah, she would come to you.
If something was bothering her or she was frustrated about something, she'll come to me and say, "Hey, Nana, can I talk to you?"
If there was any medical condition, she would come to you regarding that?
I believe she would, yes.
You take her to the hospital, take her to the doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Ms. Harris, I just have a couple more questions for you. When Mr. Reagans was asking you questions, you said that Mr. Butts would come and sit in his car, right, outside your house?
Yes.
And you said that the kids would go out to the car.
Yes.
Which kids would go out to the car?
His kids.
Would Neziah ever go with his kids out to the car?
If Shannon was out there, she would.
And Mr. Reagans also asked you about the tablet that you bought with Neziah. Do you
Yes.
remember those questions?
Yes.
And when, if you can remember, narrow that down, when did you buy that tablet for her?
I bought that tablet for her one Christmas. I think it was in 22 when I bought that tablet, at the end of 22 when I bought that tablet for her.
So December of 22.
Yeah, I think that when I bought that tablet.
So she would have had that tablet for roughly just over a year then, correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And did Neziah also have access to a cell phone?
The only cell phone she had access to was one of the cell phones when my oldest daughter came to visit me. She gave to Neziah, but she could only use it by Wi-Fi.
You said your oldest daughter, is that Neziah's biological mother?
Yes.
Okay. And through, what's your oldest daughter's name?
Kenyatta Harris.
Through Kenyatta Harris, Neziah got access to a phone?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Mr. Reagans also asked you about Neziah staying after school. You said that there was an after-school program she was involved in?
Yes.
On January 9th and in January of 24, was she still involved in that program?
No, I took her out of it because she was having problems with one of her schoolmates at that time. The same person that he asked me about before that she didn't get along with.
The same person Mr. Reagans asked you?
Absolutely.
And so on the 9th, she was not supposed to stay after school, correct?
No, she was supposed to come straight home.
And when she didn't come home, you said that you were driving around looking for her, correct?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what efforts you made on the 9th to locate her?
When I went to the school to go pick my son and daughter up because they were also in the after school program, picked them up, went back to the house. I thought she was there, and when I got to the house and I found out that she wasn't there, I got back in the car and I went back up to the school. And by that time, nobody was there. Nobody was at the school. So now, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm frustrated. Now I'm going like, because whenever she wants to stay after school or do something, she would always call me. Well, hey, Nana, can I stay after school? Or she would call one of her TTs, hey, TT, can I stay after school? So that wasn't like her. So I'm really frustrated now. So now I go back to the house and I'm talking to my daughter, Shannon.
I don't want to stop you right there because I don't want to go into what anybody else said.
Okay.
But you went back to the school. Nobody was at the school. You went back to the house. Ms. I is still not there, correct?
Correct.
Did you go back out looking for her after that?
I did.
Where did you go looking?
I was driving around in the neighborhood, everywhere. I'm just looking, just like hoping I'll see her,
Can we have one more picture? On the 9th, when you were looking for her, well, let me ask it this way. Did you know Nizaya to go to Mr. Butts' place of work to assist him with anything there?
Yes, there was a couple of times that she went with his daughter and they went up there to go clean up at his shop.
And how would they get there? If you remember?
He would come and pick them up.
And was that in that white truck that you talked about earlier?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And did you yourself know where Mr. Butts worked at?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know, where is that?
It was Frank's shop located on East Warren.
And is that the last place that you knew him to work? Or did you know him to work somewhere else?
I knew him to work there, and then the shop moved to a different location.
Did you know where that new location was?
Personally, no.
Okay. And did you ever, on the 9th, did you ever try and go to Mr. Butts' place of work to look for Nizaya?
On the 9th, no.
So, while she waited to the next day in order to contact the school, the police, whatever, it baffles me because I wouldn't have even been going up to the school, right? If she didn't come home that night, there's no reason for me to even call up to the school or find out anything from the school, because what can the school do at that point in time? I guess it's my biggest problem with her and the way she reported this, because like, what is the school gonna do for us? She didn't come home that night. Like, we're gonna report it to the police, and then once the school got the case, I mean, they are just as bad in regards to this, because after they got the case, they sat right up there and held the case for 30 days, y'all, before they even turned it over to Detroit Police Department. So Detroit Police Department did not find out about it until like 30 days later. So all the way, it's an entire big problem, right? We can agree on that. So a lot of evidence, a lot of things were gone 30 days. No, she called the school. And the school thought that they can handle the investigation. We listened to his testimony. I think that was in our second feed that we did on this case. In the hearing, we listened to his testimony. They thought that they were going to be able to handle it, but they were unable to handle it, because they found her notebook or her laptop or binder. So once again, just a mess. Shout out to Justice is a Process. He has this in a nice, just so y'all know, a nice little cutout portion, right? So I am going to play the doggone aunt's testimony. This is the daughter. This is his baby mama of 5. And yeah, she a mess too. Shoot.
When speaking to this mic, you also pick it up and open your laptop.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Ripley.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Shannon Harris,
And Ms. Harris, how old are you?
31.
And back on January, or in January 2024, where did you live?
But my mom resides with my mother,
With your mother? Okay, who's your mom?
Annette Harris,
And without telling me the exact address, what street did you live on?
Bedford.
And do you have any children?
Yes,
How many kids do you have?
5.
And do all your kids have the same dad?
Yes,
Who's their dad?
Jarvis Butts.
And do you see Jarvis Butts in the courtroom today?
Yes,
And can you point to him and tell me the color of the clothing that he's wearing?
green, blue, whatever. Green.
Green. Your Honor, would the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant in this case?
So reflected.
Thank you, Judge. And you said your mom's name is Annette. Do you have any sisters?
Yes, 2.
What are their names?
Kenyatta Harris and Marquita Harris.
Are they older, younger, something else?
Oh, there. Marquita is a twin. She's my twin, same age.
And Kenyatta's older?
Yes,
Do you have any nieces or nephews?
yes,
I was trying to breathe. I think maybe.
Do you know someone named Neziah Harris?
yes.
What's your relationship to her?
My relationship to her, she is my niece. I'm her aunt.
Okay. And whose daughter is she?
My older sister is Kenyatta Harris.
And did you have any nicknames for Neziah?
Yes, we all call her Tuh.
And is that Tudda?
Yes,
And did Neziah ever know Jarvis through you?
yes.
And when did Neziah and Jarvis first meet?
She was little, like age 2.
And can you kind of describe the relationship between Neziah and Jarvis?
Should be just the uncle and the niece relationship, no more than that.
How often would Jarvis be around, like at your house with you?
He will call or say, can he come see the kids? Or the kids will ask, can he see their dad? And he will come pull up either to my house where I used to live or at my mother's house.
Would Neziah ever be around?
All the kids will be around.
To your knowledge, would Neziah ever text Jarvis?
From my knowledge, no, unless I will have her to text.
But to your knowledge, you didn't know of any kind of separate outside relationship?
No,
Would there ever be times where, where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
pardon?
Where did you know Jarvis Butts to work?
Where did I know him to work at?
Yes.
He worked at 2 different locations. The first location would be on East Warren, and the other location would be on Gratiot and Connor.
And what were those locations?
Those are the auto repair shop.
Would you ever
No, therapist. He is not the father of Naziah. Naziah's father was married to another woman, but Naziah's mom is her sister. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, so Jarvis is Naziah's uncle. I guess you want to say they were not married, but his kids are her cousins, right? Oh no, you fine. That's why I stopped, because I want you to know, so we can get our spreadsheet, so we can get our family sheet together. So right now on the stand is one of the twins. This is Shannon. This is his baby mama, who is also the aunt of Naziah. Right. Yeah, throw your papers all the way across the room. Right. There we go. Yeah. And she, the one that's on the stand, she is also a twin. Not the bio uncle. This is her bio aunt on the stand, who has babies with the SAer. Yeah, that's why I want to make sure you get it, therapist, that way. Not the bio uncle. He just, I mean, they're not married, so I don't even know. Do you call him the uncle? I don't know. He is the father of her cousins, her first cousins. All right, let's see.
no desire to help Jarvis Butts at his job?
Yes, he will call me and say, hey, if I can get our daughter and Naziah come and work up at the shop. And I would say, let me ask my mom first regarding Naziah.
And which daughter of yours would that be?
That would be my oldest, Janiyah.
Would you ever know Naziah to go to Jarvis's shop alone?
No.
Whose birthday is on or around September 26th?
That's my my 4th oldest birthday.
Right.
Do you recall a birthday party on September 26th of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And was Jarvis there?
No.
Okay. And that would have been his son's birthday party?
Yes.
Were there ever times that you would text Jarvis off of a text now number?
The only time I would text Jarvis off a text now number is if my phone is off. Other than that, no.
And do you recall the numbers that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
Okay. And does a 586 510 5161 sound familiar?
Yes.
And what number is that?
That used to be my old number.
And is that number that you would text Jarvis from?
Yes.
And what about a 586 842 4504?
That was the number before this number.
Before the 510 number?
Correct.
Okay. And is that a number you would also text Jarvis from?
Correct.
And what number did you have for Jarvis Butts?
The 313-585-8719.
And did you have any numbers for Naziah?
It was a funny looking area code. The area code was a 231.
I want to show you some messages from People's Exhibit 16 and ask you some questions about them, okay?
Okay.
Brandon, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to direct you to messages on or about June 27th of 2023. Do you recall those messages? Did you send any of those messages to Jarvis Butts?
No.
Okay. And do you know, I believe there's a phone number here that's highlighted. Whose phone number do you know that to be?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And you don't recall ever sending any of those messages?
No.
Okay. And now I want to direct you to
So although they're not about to go into the all the messages, I don't think they're gonna read all the messages. What's important here is that this phone number is coming from all these messages that Naziah was sending was coming from the aunt's phone number, where she would use the phone to text Jarvis and then delete them. Yes. Kenyetta is Naziah's mom. Yes, this is the daughter that's on the stand right now. That was her mom that was on the stand. They were staying together. Right. We getting there.
messages from June 28th of 2023. How about any of these? Did you send any of these to Jarvis Butts?
No.
What about any messages from July 2nd of 2023? Did you send any of those messages?
No.
What about messages from August 26th of 2023? Did you send any of those to Jarvis Butts?
I'm sorry, was there 26?
August 26th.
No. These aren't my messages.
Did Jarvis Butts ever tell you that Naziah texted him to meet up on January 9th of 2024?
No.
Did you tell Jarvis Butts about not being able to locate Messiah on January 9th, 2024?
Yes.
And tell me, how did you tell him that?
I called him. He didn't answer. I sent him a message asking him, have he seen Tuda, any whereabouts? And I said no Tuda, and he responded back. Oh,
I
wow.
didn't hear what you said, the last part.
Last part, I had, I texted him. Well, at first I called him. He didn't answer. The second time, I sent him a message, still no Tuda. He replied back, oh, wow.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And just for record references, I'm showing her what's going to be proposed, People's Exhibit 48. Ms. Harris, those text messages that you just referenced, do you see those on this page?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's fair to say you stated to Mr. Butts, well, first of all, whose phone number is this at the top?
The phone number is my old telephone number.
Okay, and who is the phone number below that?
Jarvis Butts.
Okay. And is this, I guess, do these fairly and accurately represent these two messages? 3, 4, 5, 6 messages sent between you and Mr. Butts on January 9th, 2024 through January 11th, 2024.
The first page is, yes, it's correct. Second page is correct. Yes.
Okay. And so on January 9th, like you had indicated before, you had stated that you told him that there was still no Tuda.
Correct.
Okay. And you said he responded, oh, wow.
Correct.
Okay. And on January 11th, was Nizaya still missing?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
At this point, I just asked that if she's going to read from the text message, just admit the exhibit.
I can.
Issue with moving to admit?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do these fairly and accurately represent text messages between you and your phone to Jarvis and his phone between, well, they start back earlier, some from December 3rd, 2023 through January 21st of 2024? These fairly and accurately represent text messages between
Yes.
you and your phone to Mr. Butts and his phone?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 48.
Okay, they'll be admitted.
Thank you, Judge. So on January 11th, did you ask Mr. Butts to do something?
Yes.
And what is it that you asked him to do?
I asked him, can he share the missing flyer on his Facebook page?
Okay. And did you send him a copy of that missing flyer?
Yes.
Okay. And to backtrack just a little bit, on December 3rd, 2023, do you recall sending messages asking Mr. Butts if he needed Nizaya for anything?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay. So do you remember this text on the first page of People's Exhibit 48?
Yes, I do remember this message.
Okay. And did you send that message?
Yes.
Okay. And what did the message say?
Tuda said, do you still need her too?
Okay. And do you know what is that referring to?
It was, Tuda had asked me to contact Jarvis and see if he still needed them to clean up.
Okay. And that would be to clean up his shop?
Yes,
Okay. And to fast forward, on January 21st, 2024, you sent some messages to Mr. Butts. Is that fair to say?
yes.
Okay. And can you read these last 3 messages?
These last 3 messages is, to be honest, these messages I seen into the inbox to you, I really don't know what to believe anymore. Stay away, Ramon, I mean it. The next message is, I don't know what to say, or to his own. Since this shit doesn't sit right with me, call it what you want, I'm good, period. It says, this for life. Nigga, I thought about it, and you can pass it. And don't call me, no need to explain shit. I already see it.
Okay. So you were referencing some messages that you saw in Tada's inbox.
Correct.
Tell me, how did you see some messages? Well, first of all, where these messages, where were they at?
The day of, Officer Gardner came to pick up Nazia's tablet. My mom asked me to put it on the charger. I put it on the charger. Officer Gardner, after that, Officer Gardner called and said she's on her way.
Hearsay. Without saying what.
Okay, I'm sorry. The officer had called and said that they was on their way to come
Still
pick up
hearsay.
the tablet.
Okay,
Okay. So,
sustain as far as hearsay.
yes, thank you, Judge. Okay, continue.
So the tablet, before the tablet was picked up, I looked inside to this tablet. She has 2 passwords that I normally know. So one of them is referenced for her brother's birthday, and the other one is referenced from my password. So I put the first password in, it didn't work. So I put the second password in. So the first thing I went to was Instagram, which I was scrolling. And I seen Jarvis Butts' Instagram page. I clicked on his page and I seen 2 messages.
Okay, and what were the messages that you saw? Well, who were they between, first of all?
Nazia, my niece, and Jarvis.
Okay, and what were the messages that you seen?
It was roughly 2 messages that I have seen that I can recall. States,
I'm gonna object to this as hearsay. They have not been admitted, and the messages themselves would be the evidence.
Were they of were the messages of a sexual nature?
No,
Okay, and you said you saw 2 messages.
yes.
Okay, did you see anything else?
It was two sent pictures, but you can't really make anything out. It wasn't nothing there, but it was a picture was sent.
Okay. What did seeing those messages, what did they cause you to do?
Well, when I seen no messages, I called him.
Who's
And Jarvis Butts.
Okay.
Called him while he was at work, asked him, what is these messages I seen between you and my niece? And he said, what messages? Said it's 2 particular messages that states out and there's a picture. And he stated that, I don't know, these messages, I told him what the messages were, and he said it was probably our children was messaging him. And I stated no, because I know how our children will text.
And reading those messages, is that what caused you to text
Mr. Butts, yes.
Mr. Butts, in that you've seen the messages in the inbox and you don't really know what to believe anymore?
Correct.
Okay. One second. So, Sharon, I want to take you back to January 9th. Were you home that day?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see Naziah that day?
My senior did that morning, correct.
Okay. And do you remember what she was wearing at all?
Her coat and her uniform at the time, she had on some blue jeans. I don't really recall the outfit. I just know the coat she had on.
What was the coat that she had on?
She had on, it was a 90s coat with all the characters on it.
And you recall seeing her wearing that the morning of January 9th?
Correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach people's already admitted exhibit 2?
Yes.
I'm going to show you people's exhibit 2. Can you tell me, do you recognize a coat in this photo?
Yes.
And whose coat do you recognize that to be?
Nazia's.
Okay. Now, after you, when you saw Naziah that morning, what did you do the rest of the morning?
Nothing. I was at home with my mom and my 2 children.
And do you ever leave the house at any point that day?
No. I was at the house the whole entire day.
And do you know what time Naziah would normally get home from school?
On certain days, she will stay for after school, and then on certain days she will come home. The days she will stay for after school is 6, and the days that she don't is at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And on January 9th, do you know if Naziah had the after school program?
Yes. At that time, my mom took her out of the after school program, so she will come home directly at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And were you home at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
And did you see Naziah come home?
No.
Okay. And did you see her come home at all the rest of the night?
No.
Did you leave at any point after 3 o'clock?
No.
Okay. Did you, yes, when Naziah didn't come home, did that cause you to experience or feel any type of way?
It did. When she didn't come home is when my mom went to go pick up the other 2 children from the after school program. They knocked on the door and they had asked a question and said,
Objection, sounds like hearsay.
Was it a response or?
A question isn't hearsay technically.
I think she said she said.
It's just a question.
I'm
Yes.
just getting ready to say a question. Okay,
What was
finish
the
what
question?
you're
What was the question?
The 2 children had asked me, Mom said, did
That's the hearsay. Mom-
Naziah come home?
The hearsay is mom said.
Okay, so were you asked directly whether Naziah came home?
So my mom was still in the car. I was inside the house. They was coming to the house, walking up to the door. When I opened the door, they asked me, Mom said, did Naziah come home? I said, no.
And was Naziah home at all?
No.
Okay. And did you do any?
Now, see, that's the first big problem. The second big problem that I have with this. Okay, so the aunt been home all day with the mom. The mom then went to go pick up the kids from the school, the aftercare program. Now, if y'all recall, just a minute ago, she stated that she never left the house at all, even after 3 o'clock. So what that tells me is that Shannon didn't go out looking for her that day. Nobody had any concern of calling any friends or going to any friend's house or any relative's house to check and see if Naziah was there, because they didn't leave the house. Interesting. I can almost bet you that if one of mine don't come home, like, it's just no way I would even be in the house. They don't understand that the first hour or 24 hours is the most important. Like, how could you even rest your head? Weird. That's what I'm saying. I just don't even understand how this happened, like how they did this.
You sort of looking for Naziah that night?
Yes.
What did you do?
I called my twin sister. I called some of her friends that I know that stays close by. If they had seen Naziah, heard from Naziah and everything. And when I reached out to my sister, she said no. Her friend said no. So after that, I asked my mom, did she want me to call police? She said no, she will take it up in the morning.
Just one second.
I hope the cameraman is not trying to look up under her skirt. I don't know why we going that far down. Maybe it's so we can see her hand.
A pair of red and black Nike shoes.
Yes.
Okay. And if I showed you a picture of them, would you be able to identify them?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And for the record, this is going to be from People's Proposed Exhibit 14, and it'll be picture 34. Do you recognize these shoes?
Yes, that's a pair of shoes that my mom bought for to the birthday.
Okay, thank you. Now, back on the 9th, you said your mom was going to file a police report in the morning.
Correct.
Okay, did you go with her to file a police report in the morning?
No, it was my older sister.
Okay. Did you do anything on the 10th as it relates to trying to find Isaiah?
Yes. We went out. I and some others went out to go get some pictures, made copies. We went to other stores, passed out flyers, and everything that we need to do. Now, what was asked of us to do.
Since January 9th, 2024, have you seen Isaiah?
No.
Have you, since January 9th, 2024, have you heard from Isaiah?
No.
Nothing further at this time, Judge. Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Harris, I also have some questions for you. You and Mr. Butts have been, or you've known him for about 12 years?
Correct.
And fair to say that you were in a dating relationship with him for most of that time?
Correct.
But towards the end, like last year, it was more off and on, fair to say?
No, it was on and off for years.
For years, okay. But you have 5 children with him?
Correct.
And this relationship that you had with him, even towards the end when it was on, it was a sexual relationship, right?
Correct.
Sometimes you go to a motel to have sex with him,
Correct. Yes.
and that motel was the Park Crest Inn?
Or the SharePoint.
There's more than one,
Multiples, yes.
but one of them was the Park Crest. Said yes,
Correct.
and it's in Harper Woods
Correct.
on Harper.
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. Butts, or do you suspect that Mr. Butts has taken other women to those motels also?
Correct.
You do?
Mm.
I believe you said that you have, of your 5 children with him, 2 are girls
Yes.
and 3 are boys.
Correct.
And in January of this time, well, January 2023, you were living with your mother on Bedford, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, were you living in Clinton Township?
Correct.
When did you leave the Clinton Township home and move to the Bedford home?
October 23.
And so there were times when you were in Clinton Township that Mr. Butts would travel out there to see the kids.
Correct.
And then when you moved to the Bedford address, he would go to the Bedford address to see the kids. kids.
Correct.
And then the Bedford address is when Neziah was also living there, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you just testified that on January the 9th, you were living at that house in
Correct.
Bedford, and you were there during the day.
Correct.
And so were you one of the first people that realized that Neziah did not come home when she was expected to be home?
Well, I didn't realize it until I had got a question. By the other kids had asked, did I have Neziah came home yet, or have I seen her? And I said no.
Do you remember what time that was in the afternoon?
That was in the evening. My mom picked them up 6 o'clock.
So that was about 3 hours later than she normally should have been home.
Correct.
Was that surprising?
Yes, it was. One, we thought that she was at the after school program, but it didn't dawn on no one until my mom came back to the house and she wasn't here, or she wasn't in the car when they had got in the car.
And so when you all realized that she wasn't at school and she wasn't at home, was that surprising?
Yes.
But you didn't go to police that night.
No.
She ever not returned home previously?
No, this is her first time ever doing this.
Did she have friends in the neighborhood that she would go visit?
Yes.
And you said, I think, are those the folks that you contacted to ask?
Yes.
You were just shown a pair of red and black Nike shoes, right?
Correct.
And you identified those shoes as being Neziah's shoe. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's a shoe that looks like the shoe that Neziah is wearing, correct?
Correct. Correct.
You can't say for sure that that
Yes,
exact
her-
shoe came from Neziah, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And I think you testified that very rarely would you ever use text now to contact Mr. Butts.
Right.
Only if your phone was turned off.
Right.
And that was not very often.
Right.
Would Neziah ever have access to your phone to use it?
Yes, like she would ask, hey, TT, can I see your phone? Sure, I wouldn't mind, yes.
And so would she text from that phone?
Probably, yes.
Did you ever notice any text from
No,
her on your phone?
no.
Did you ever notice if she had used your Text Now app?
No, the only time when I would notice something is say if me and Jarvis would we won't be on the same page seeing eye to eye, and I will call him and he said, why you will call me, or like why you continue to keep calling me, and I would say I haven't called you all day or in 2 days. Then I will go ask my kids like, hey, are y'all calling your dad, because I haven't called him.
And until you looked in Neziah's Instagram account, did you ever notice anything on your phone that caused you to be concerned?
No,
Between Neziah and Mr. Butts?
no,
And Mr. Butts, we said would come to the house to see his kids.
correct.
He would drop them off at the house sometimes. He would take them places.
Yes,
He would pick Janiyah up from there.
like he, depending on like if he will pick up the kids, if I need him to pick up the kids from the pickup or drop off spot, for school, he will do that, yeah.
And then take them either to Clinton Township when you live there or to the
Mhm.
Bedford Street address.
Correct.
Okay. But most times he wouldn't even come to the house, right?
He will come to the house, he will call me first before he will come.
Would he come into the house physically or would he sit in his truck outside?
50%. He will sit in the car and wait till the kids come outside, or he will knock on the door.
Would he be in the house for any length of time?
Only if I'm inside the house,
Like he was visiting with you?
yes.
So you never knew a time that Mr. Butts would have been alone in the house with Messiah?
No.
You can't think of a time when he had been in the house and had gone down to the basement with her,
No,
or any other room in the house alone?
no,
Would Mr. Butts have ever been at that house if another adult, like you or your mother, weren't there?
he will, what you said,
Would Mr. Butts ever be at the house if you or your mother weren't there?
no, it will be me or another person.
The idea that anything was going on between Mr. Butts and Messiah is shocking to you, right?
Correct.
You had no idea.
No,
You never noticed anything between Messiah and Mr. Butts that made you concerned?
no,
You never saw any inappropriate behavior?
not at all.
You didn't notice Mr. Butts paying any special attention to her?
No.
Certainly, if you had noticed that, that would have caused you concern.
Yeah, it would have raised a whole bunch of red flags.
Likely, you wouldn't have invited him into the house, correct?
Correct.
You found it hard to believe even that Mr. Butts would hurt Messiah.
But I won't know, I don't know, what he will do if a person's back is up against the wall.
But the thought of that was hard for you, at least at one point, to
Yeah.
believe, correct?
Correct.
Now, during the time that you and Mr. Butts were together, he had children with other women,
Correct.
pretty consistently with other women,
Correct.
more than one woman.
Correct.
Some of those women you actually knew about, correct?
Correct.
They lived kind of even in the same neighborhood on the east side.
Correct.
Did you suspect that there were women that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Even one that lived, or more than one that lived over on the west side?
Correct.
You believe he was going out there to see somebody around the end of 2023, January 2024?
Correct.
Before January the 9th, you had a conversation with Naziah about a location on Outer Drive in Belfour,
Yes.
and that was surprising to you, right?
Correct.
That's on the east side of Detroit.
Yes.
Did you end up giving her directions on how to get to that location?
Yes.
Why did you give her directions?
I was just getting out the shower and just getting myself together. She asked me, she said, "Hey, Titi," she said, "where is Balfour and Honor Drive?" And I told her, I said, "You know exactly where Balfour and Honor Drive at." I said, "Honor Drive is right where the wine basket at." And I said, "You know where Balfour at?" And she was like, "I get Balfour and Bedford mixed up." So I said, "You already know Balfour is before Bedford." So she said, "Okay." She said, "Because we are in school and we are learning about our surroundings." So I said, "Okay." But that was the only two things that she had asked, was where was Outer Drive and Balfour at.
Does that location have any special significance to you?
No.
Do you know anybody at that location?
No, the only thing that I'm used to, I'm familiarized with just picking up Jarvis Outer Drive in Belfort. It's just on a corner.
On a corner?
Mm-hmm.
Not at an address?
Not on address.
When was this conversation that you had about that location? Do you recall?
This was right before Naziah went missing.
Like how soon before? Weeks?
Maybe it was still like in that same week she went missing.
Mr. Butts didn't have his own vehicle, fair to say?
No, he didn't.
He generally used,
His female's vehicles.
did you know Mr. Butts to park at one location and maybe walk to another to kind of try to remain undetected?
Pretty much, yes.
So would it be not out of the ordinary for you to have to pick him up at a random, or what seemed to be a random location to you.
Correct.
You lived with Naziah for, you said from about October until January the 9th.
Correct.
So you spent a lot of time around her.
Yes.
You knew her mannerisms,
Yes.
her demeanor,
Yes.
her moods.
Yes.
Did anything strike you as out of the ordinary about how she was acting at any point in time in December or January before she disappeared?
No, Naziah, nothing have changed her character, none of that. She was just the same old Naziah. Nothing was different.
Naziah has a brother, right?
Yes,
Is it an older brother?
yes,
Now, he had run away in 2023, is that right?
yes.
Objection relevant.
How was it relevant?
If it's something that had bothered her or something that she was dealing with at the time, could cause a change in her demeanor.
Okay. Overruled.
So she did have a brother that ran away,
Correct.
and was that something that she struggled with?
She didn't like the fact that her brother was running away. Yes, she didn't like it.
Around the same time,
So guys, right there, you hear where she's bringing in the evidence that Naziah's older brother ran away also. So this house was like where they were living because the brother was staying in the house with her, right? With the grandma, with all the other kids and the aunt and her 5 kids. I don't know what kind of mansion they was living in. But I mean, I done counted what we got Shannon and her 5 kids plus her, that's 6. We got the grandma, that's 7. We got Naziah, that's 8. And then she said something about she had to pick up 2 other kids. I'm assuming those 2 other kids will maybe be Shannon's kids. Okay, so if we even going with 8 people in the house, we in Detroit. I don't know the genders, but I'm assuming Nanny got her own room. I'm assuming Shannon got her. No, maybe Shannon don't have her own room because Shannon said her and Jarvis used to have to go to the hotel, motel, and the Holiday Inn. So maybe she don't have her own room. Maybe she sharing her room with 2 of the kids. The brother said he out. He not about to be bothered with all the dysfunctional crap going on. So I guess they can make it work in the 3 to 4 bedroom, right? Therapist, we don't know if she was actually preggo. I think that they think that she was because she alluded to it in her text messages, and it's also why they think that he may have unalived her because they could not get rid of it. But I don't know. I don't think they ever had an actual test done. But okay, I just wanted to bring that up because that's what she's bringing in here because the brother ran away. So we know something is dysfunctional, right? We can all agree upon that.
Well, around the time, December, January, was her mother supposed to come visit, her biological mother?
Yes.
Did she end up coming to see Naziah?
Yes.
She did. Did Naziah seem to have some big emotions about that contact?
Yes.
It was complicated, fair to say?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about that?
All the time.
Did you notice anything? You said you didn't notice anything in a change in mood. So
No.
what about physically?
No.
I don't have anything else, thank you.
Redirect.
the car crashed in on January 9th, 2024? Mr.
No.
Fox?
No.
And fair to say, you knew of Mr. Butts having other female friends?
Yes.
Okay. And even some that you didn't know about?
Correct.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you don't always know, or you didn't always know what Mr. Butts was doing?
No.
You couldn't account for his whereabouts every minute of the day?
No.
Did you know him to, one of those cars that he would use, did you know him to have a white Escalade type truck?
Correct. Yes.
And you were asked some questions about Outer Drive and Balfour. Fair to say, from what I gathered, the only connection you have to that area is Jarvis Butts.
Correct.
Okay, so he's the only one you would associate with that area.
Correct.
And you knew Mr. Butts to have other children?
Correct.
Okay, and you knew him to have clearly have gotten other women pregnant?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, were all those women adults?
To my knowledge, yes.
Did he, to you, ever hide getting another woman pregnant?
No.
Nothing further, Rich.
Okay, you are done testifying. Please watch your step. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we got the testimony. Yeah. I'm telling you that, and I guess that part was just so they can kind of get the defense. I mean, they kind of proven, hey, he was a ladies' man. You know, he got all these babies. He wasn't hiding nothing for nobody. So what that he got some people, you know, pregnant. He wasn't never hiding it. He was out here doing it, right? So what would make this situation anything different? So I don't know. I think that okay. I just think that they just really I hope that they did the investigation, okay, you know, with all the evidence and stuff, because he may be guilty, but we don't have a body, right? I definitely think they'll be able to prove the SA. But without a body, I don't know if we get this unalive, and their investigation seemed like it's kind of shabby, at least from what I could tell. And it's not shabby so much because of the Detroit police office. I'm not even blaming them for this situation at this point in time. I think it's more or less because of the certain fact that, how about, okay. All right, therapists, enjoy. I'm sure she's going to be a showstopper. Oh, I can't wait to see. Make sure you take some pictures if they let you. I know you probably can't record it, but I want you to take some pictures. That's what I do want you to do. All right. So I am going to go ahead and get us into the closing arguments, and hopefully we should get to the judge's decision. For those that are going to be able to make it to the After Dark, wonderful. If not, then it will be on the website if you guys want to come back and look at it. No harm, no foul there. That'll probably be like an hour and a half stream. I know the hearing is about an hour. And then, I got to play my games with y'all. So we will go ahead and let me get this part up so we can listen to the closing arguments.
Okay, we are back on the record. This is people of the state of Michigan versus Jarvis Butts, 2459617. Are the people ready for the bind of argument?
Yes, Judge, we are.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. And before I get to the real issue on the homicide charge, I'm going to take care of a few preliminary matters. It is the people's intent to increase count 3, which is currently criminal sexual conduct second degree, to criminal sexual conduct first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. We have the defendant's birthday on the record, and that would be based on the testimony of the one minor witness that testified, as well as Cordell Wright's testimony. The minor witness testified that it happened at the old shop, and when Ms. Ripley was asking questions, she identified that as being the location. Cordell Wright testified back in November that they didn't move from that shop, which was at East Warren and Neff in the city of Detroit, until May or June, based on Neziah's birthday, which is in her medical records. At that time, she would have been 12 years old. And the minor witness testified clearly describing an act of penetration, specifically penis to anal opening. With respect to the criminal sexual, child sexually abusive activity, that would be based on the text messages, as well as the minor's testimony as well. Combining those two things satisfies the elements of those charges. However, going to count 1 in murder in the first degree premeditated, I would like to go through and put some of the pieces together. And we are standing here today in court on January 9th, 2025, which is 1 year, almost to the minute, the last time Neziah was seen on a camera in the city of Detroit, which is on the screen now. The last time that she was seen was on January 9th, 2024 at 2:56, getting off of the bus at 3 Mile Drive in Cornwall and walking down Bedford. She was walking towards what she didn't know at the time would be Jarvis Butts and her ultimate murder by him. We take that moment in time and then go to Cordell Wright's testimony where he testified that they picked Neziah up on their way back to their shop at 9000 Connor, and they proceeded with her to that location. We have Jarvis Butts' sister's testimony, Tijuana Butts, who did say that she saw a young girl with a very descriptive and distinct jacket getting in and out of that car, the white Cadillac Escalade. That would have been before Jarvis, Cordell, and Neziah departed for Ypsilanti. We have Sergeant O'Rourke's testimony as to his cell phone locations based on cell tower information and the historical call detail records, which placed them consistent going out to Ypsilanti. And then we have Cordell's testimony getting them back to the shop. Talasha Moore also testified to seeing Neziah in Ypsilanti with Cordell and Jarvis. Cordell, as we know, testified that he had to get back to his house based on his tether hours by 9 p.m. And that is the last time that anyone who is not Jarvis Butts would see Neziah Harris alive. From the shop, we proceed out to the Park Crest Inn, where Jarvis Butts checked into a hotel at 9:30 p.m. And Sergeant O'Rourke's testimony corroborates this, placing his phone in the area of that 20,000 Harper address at around midnight till early in the next morning on the 10th, using the data that you see on the screen in those times. Recapping January 9th, this is the last time that we have any sort of communication from Neziah. There was, if you look at those messages that Sergeant Jones went through and read, just between Neziah and Jarvis, there was consistent and constant communication up until January 9th. There's also no messages from Jarvis after Neziah goes missing on the 9th, looking for her, seeing where she is, trying to find her, trying to help, as anyone should do at that time, her family locate her. There's no messages to her phone, to that Text Now account from Jarvis Butts' phone. Her legal guardian and grandmother, Annette Harris, has not seen any social media posts. The OIC of the case, Sergeant Jones, has not seen anything for a total of 1 year now. The Lieutenant George Harris, who was involved in the investigation in the first month, didn't see anything that he saw from social media or text now after the 9th. Jarvis Butts on the 9th, we know, borrowed Latricia Johnson's car overnight, which was unusual. He borrowed that from, and then again borrowed it on the 10th or 11th. We know that Naziah's glasses were found in that car sometime after the 10th or 11th when Latricia Johnson was at that shop, and Jarvis Butts snatches them out of her hand. From the Park Crest Inn and from January 9th, we go out to 7 Mile and Burke. This is by far the most important location in this case because we know that the defendant spent from 11:40 p.m. on the 10th to 1:34 a.m., nearly 2 hours in that area, in that wooded area where the Rouge River runs through. And to give, this is from the slideshow of the scene photos that were taken at 7 Mile and Burke. This is the area where it's the people's theory Jarvis Butts did at least one of two things, either killed Naziah at 7 Mile and Burke, but at the very least dumped her body in this location. We know this because of the evidence that was found there, specifically the black hoodie, which you see in this photo here, as well as the pink bodysuit and the shoes that we confirmed or that are hers based on the picture that the OIC received from her brother. And those items were collected. The black hoodie and pink jumpsuit were tested. And importantly, Rion Green testified as to which swabs were which. This analysis here and hypothesis and result pertains to the right shoulder swab on Naziah Harris's black hoodie that she took that picture in when she was in school on January 9th. The one, importantly, that Annette Harris testified was in good condition when Naziah left. We will get to pictures of that, but this shows that Naziah Harris's DNA is there as well as Jarvis. And importantly, this is one of the stain swabs that was positive, not just for blood, but human blood based on the hemotrace results. In the next one, we have, this pertains to not the stain swabs, but the regular swab that Rion Green testified was a wearer ID swab. Importantly here, Jarvis Butts' DNA from that swab that would have been taken around the neck of that sweater or the end of the arms of that sweater is there with very strong support. And of course, Naziah's DNA is there as well. And when we look at that sweater specifically through the PowerPoint photos that Rion Green took and put together, we can see that there is a lot of markings on this. If the court looks closely on this, and I did, there are 15 phenol positive stain markings on this sweater. This is just the front of that sweater. And of course, the court paid attention and saw the markings or the damage to the hood, that it is the people's theory would have been stab wounds or something to that effect that happened when Jarvis Butts murdered Naziah Harris. We also have to look, and it goes to the premeditation element as well as everything he did before, at Jarvis Butts' actions, specifically what he did to attempt to conceal or cover up his role in the murder of Naziah Harris. First, we have the glasses that he made sure he grabbed directly from Latricia Johnson's hands when shown, that are consistent with the glasses she had in the photo from the 9th when she was in school. We have the jail call to Cordell Wright to get that phone of his out of Miss Davis's car and into someone else's possession, which he testified he tried to do, but was ultimately unsuccessful. And then Sergeant Jones testified that they ultimately did recover that phone from Miss Davis's car. There's the phone call to Latricia Johnson, which was played when she was testifying, saying to get anything he touched clean, to clean anything he touched, to get anything, don't drive her car, drive his mom's car, which is important because when you combine her testimony of when Jarvis Butts took her car, those 2 times on the 9th and 10th, and then either the next day or that same day, it's important because that car is the car that he transported Naziah Harris out to 7 Mile and Burke to either dump her body or to murder and then dump her body there. And we can go through all of the lies that Jarvis Butts told any detective or any officer that he testified to. But in highlighting those, he denies to Detective Mays that he was with Neziah at all or had talked to Neziah at all on the 9th, denies ever picking her up, denies to, even when confronted with the January 9th messages, he said that it wasn't him initially. Obviously, we heard in the subsequent interviews, specifically on June 1st with the OIC, he came off of that. He told Shannon Harris that Neziah texted him on the 9th. She says that he never did that. And we have some of their messages in the record as well. He denies going to a hotel and denies going to a hotel with Neziah Harris and denies having any sort of sexual relationship with Neziah, even though the text now messages completely prove that that is an absolute lie. We also have his motive. We know from Sergeant Jones that he was going to be going into custody supposedly on January 9th for until roughly December, I believe, is what Sergeant Jones testified to. We know that that date was adjourned because he said in his interview that he had a legal issue. He said it was out in Clinton Township, but I submit to this court that that's not the legal issue he was talking about. He was talking about the legal issue he would have had if Neziah had been left alive. He had to make sure that when he was in custody that she was not going to give birth to any child of his. That's his motive in this case. That's why that's January 9th. Sentencing date was adjourned to February 7th so he could take care of that potential legal issue. He was being told consistently by Neziah throughout the months that she might be pregnant, and then on 11/27, she says to him that it's hard to do this gym shit with this baby. Less than a week or 2 weeks later, he's searching on Google how to abort a baby, how to not just abort a baby or get an abortion, but how to do it at home, how to get rid of that without any medical professional or any responsible mandated reporter knowing about it. We clearly have that motive. And obviously, Judge, one of the big issues in this case is proving that Neziah Harris is dead without having a body. On January 9th, she vanished off the face of the earth. There is absolutely no evidence after the 9th that she was alive, that she was sending messages to anyone. Her, again, legal guardian had not seen her since the 9th. No one else, officers, friends, family have seen her since the 9th. There's no social media post reviewed by any officer to this day that would indicate she was alive. There's no messages, no further messages on text now after the 9th. There is a full and complete stop of any activity that would indicate she was alive. And Judge, I submit to this court that if that were the evidence that we had at this point, that would be enough at this point for a probable cause determination to show that she is in fact deceased today. However, there is more than that. Her hoodie found at 7 Mile and Berg, which we just saw a photo of, has Jarvis Butts' DNA on it and Neziah Harris's DNA on it, and it is covered in blood, indicating that something traumatic happened to her. And all the other evidence shows that something traumatic happened to her at the hands of Jarvis Butts. And then we go back to his motive, was told by Neziah that she was pregnant, searched all of the home abortion procedures, and was going to go into the Wayne County Jail until December, which we just passed, of 2024. Judge, I submit to this court that the evidence that you have heard over the last 4 days proves not only that Neziah Harris is currently deceased, but also that she was murdered by the defendant, who had plenty of motive to do so, had plenty of opportunity to do so, and he did that. And I will note that the defendant in this case, Jarvis Butts, does not get a break because he successfully hid her body. The evidence to a probable cause determination, which the question is she probably dead? And did the defendant probably do that? Both questions are answered with a yes, based on all of the evidence that you have seen. I would reserve any further argument for rebuttal. Thank you.
Attorney Quick?
Thank you, Judge.
Sorry.
I know how well aware the court is that we have a very serious task here. We've been here for 4 days, and at this point, we have to look critically at what we've heard and what we've seen over the last 4 days and determine if there's enough evidence by a probable cause standard that Mr. Butts committed premeditated first-degree murder. And if you look critically at what the evidence is and the lack of connection between these pieces of alleged evidence, there is not even by a probable cause standard. To bind over on premeditated first-degree murder, there has to be sufficient facts or evidence to show by a probable cause standard that each of the elements of premeditated murder in the first degree were committed. First, there's got to be a death. There has to be evidence that the defendant caused the death of the deceased, that some action that he made or did caused that person's death, that there was an intent to kill, that the intent to kill was premeditated, and that it was deliberate. And here there is not enough evidence, even by a probable cause standard, that Jarvis Butts caused the death of Messiah Harris. There's been no testimony of any eyewitness stating that they saw Jarvis Butts doing any act that could have caused Messiah Harris's death. There's been no testimony of any eyewitness that they saw Jarvis Butts doing anything in preparation of doing something that could have caused her death. And there's been no admission of Mr. Butts to support that element. There's not probable cause to believe that Mr. Butts had an intent to kill Messiah Harris, nor that he premeditated her death. There's no evidence of any threats made by Mr. Butts to Messiah. There's no evidence of any threats made to a third party that he was going to do something or that he had a problem that he had to take care of. The issue or the statement was he had a legal matter. And Ms. Davis testified that she was aware of an issue that he had in Clinton Township and that she was the one that was driving him around to court. There's no testimony that he took any specific action in a deliberation to kill her or that in killing her. There's Google searches about legal ways to abort a child, not how to kill somebody or dispose of a body. There's no evidence that he did anything related to the Google searches. There's no receipts of purchases or anything like that. And these text messages were 2 weeks after they were, I believe, December 9th and 10th, which was, I believe, 2 weeks or 13 days from 11/27/23, which is the text message about gym class. And then there's this kind of cryptic text message in between that says it healed. We don't know what that means, but we don't know what Mr. Butts took that to mean. It doesn't necessarily mean that he believed she was pregnant. There's no evidence of a pregnancy. We have medical records until, I believe it's October of 2023, that don't indicate a pregnancy, that she had been to the doctor in September when she originally texts or messages Mr. Butts and says she thinks that she's pregnant. There's no evidence of a pregnancy. She went to the doctor. We heard from both her guardian, her grandmother, and her aunt, Shannon Harris, who lived with her. No testimony from either of them that they suspected that she was pregnant, that there was any medical issues that they had to take care of because that would have caused them to think that she was pregnant. There was an insinuation, well, was she wearing baggy clothing? Was she wearing bigger clothing? There was no testimony that they had to go out and buy new clothes for her because her clothes didn't fit, or that she started wearing baggy clothing. She was wearing denim pants on the day that she disappeared. And there's no testimony that those were not pants that they had recently bought because she didn't fit into the clothing that she previously had. There's no evidence of any kind of plan. There's no messaging between Mr. Butts and Ms. Harris that indicates an escalation of animosity between the two of them. In fact, he essentially kind of starts to disengage. And so there's no written evidence that he had any kind of plan or any animosity toward her at that point. Our submission would be that he understood at that point that she wasn't pregnant and was disengaging. Let's talk about what we did see. So we know that Messiah got on her school bus around 2:45 on the 9th. She got off the bus a few minutes later, and then she was seen walking up Bedford. She was wearing at that point light color blue jeans, a black hoodie, and then a colorful coat with fur around the hood. There's some insinuation that somehow there was a plan that she would meet up with Mr. Butts, but the testimony of Mr. Wright was that they were driving around that afternoon back and forth to various auto parts stores, and I believe that they in fact had to go back to one kind of unplanned because they either missed something or there was an issue. And so to say that somehow Mr. Butts would have known that she would have been on that street at that specific time and that they would have been there at that specific time is quite a leap, considering they didn't know where they were going to be when, because they were doing all this driving around back and forth to various stores. Witnesses put Neziah at Mr. Butts' auto shop later that afternoon, and then in Ypsilanti with Mr. Butts and Cordell Wright, and Mr. Wright puts her back at the shop later that evening. But then we hear from Sergeant O'Rourke, who did all the cell phone mapping, that at 9 p.m., Mr. Butts was actually at 13662 Wilshire, which is his home, where Angel Leonard lives and where they have kids. So did Neziah go back with him to that house? And then at 9:30 is when he checks in to the Park Crest Motel. Now, we don't know who was with him there, but there is no evidence that Neziah was ever there. They searched it. They took DNA. They took clippings of various things. They swabbed the shower drain, and there's no evidence that she was ever in that room. We did hear testimony that the Park Crest is a known place where Mr. Butts frequents and takes various lady friends for a rendezvous. It's much more possible and plausible that he took one of his lady friends there than somebody who he was going to kill, right? He's going to a place where they know him. He's a frequent flyer there. And is he going to take somebody there where he would later, before he was going to kill them? That makes no sense. That is not logical. We heard then that after Mr. Butts left the Park Crest Motel, he went to 4 Alexandrine, which is Midtown, so kind of across town. And that's where his other girlfriend, Najeen Rushing, lives. So did he take Neziah with him there to see Miss Rushing? And he stays there for a while, I think, according to Sergeant O'Rourke's mapping. And then we hear that he is at 7 Mile and Berg on January the 10th at 11:40 p.m. for over an hour. That's almost 24 hours from when he initially, it's beyond 24 hours from when he initially is with Neziah, or when he's last with Neziah. And so it's illogical to think that he was driving around with Neziah, visiting all of his girlfriends, or if he had done something to her previously, that she was in the car with him while he did that. And in fact, they took a cadaver dog around the car and didn't find anything. And they tested the vehicles, all of his vehicles, every car that he drove, for DNA, for any sign that Neziah had been in there, and they found nothing. And the call to Miss Johnson asking her to wipe down the Sentra that she used, that he had borrowed, is kind of irrelevant because she testified that she didn't do it. That she did nothing based on what he called to say, and they still nothing was found. We heard about a pink jumpsuit that was found. We didn't hear any testimony that anybody saw Neziah wearing this pink jumpsuit. She's not seen wearing it in any video. I don't believe that anybody even identified it as being hers. I don't believe there was any testimony from either Annette Harris or Shannon Harris stating, yes, we recognize that pink jumpsuit. That's something that Neziah wears. When did she have it? There was one blood stain on that jumpsuit. And the testimony from the forensic analyst, Rion Green, was that it was such a small stain that she was afraid she would consume it if she did additional testing. She tested it once and couldn't do any follow-up testing or confirmatory testing because she was afraid they were going to consume the sample. There was also no statistically significant support for finding Mr. Butts' DNA on that stain sample from the pink jumpsuit. And there was no statistically significant probability that his DNA was on the jumpsuit at all, that he had had any contact with the jumpsuit. And they took a lot of swabs of that jumpsuit. I believe the number was that forensic analyst Anderson testified to, that it was 24 trillion times more likely to have originated from two unrelated unknown contributors than Jarvis Butts. Then we heard about the black hoodie. And that black hoodie was significantly more weathered than the pink jumpsuit. We heard about that from the Border Patrol agent Barnes and other folks that came into contact with that sweatshirt, that it looked like it had been out in the weather much longer. And we don't have an explanation for that, but those appear to be tears in the top of the hood. They don't appear to be stab wounds, and they certainly don't appear to be bullet holes. There's weak support for conclusion that Mr. Butts was a contributor to the stain on the swabs of the black hoodie. The only real support for any DNA on the black hoodie was on the non-stained part. And there's testimony that Ms. Harris was wearing that hoodie on the 9th, that she was in Mr. Butts' Escalade when he and Mr. Wright picked her up after seeing her walking down Harper, that they were in the car driving in up to Ypsilanti. And so the possibility that his DNA got on this non-stained part of the black hoodie is not evidence of premeditated murder in the context of all of the ways that we heard somebody's DNA can get on a piece of clothing. And I kind of talked about this, but we heard testimony that Mr. Butts drove both a Cadillac Escalade and a Nissan Sentra on January 9th and January 10th. There's a lot of pieces of those cars that were tested. Trunk carpet from various areas in both cars, the driver's floor mat, the driver's seat, the door handle, trunk speakers, the trunk frame. All of those things were swabbed for blood and nothing was found. We heard about a school ID card that belonged to Naziah. We heard Valerie Smith testify that she noticed it at some point in February, maybe a month or so after Naziah was last seen, and that she decided to pick it up 2.5 weeks after she first spotted it. But she was pretty clear that she only noticed it about 2.5 or about 2 weeks before, but that she looked at it every single day. Seemingly, if it had been there before then, she would have noticed it. When did it get there? We don't know. There was no evidence. There's no testimony as to that. And there was no other evidence found in the 7 Mile and Greenfield area, and there's no evidence that Mr. Butts was there. We talked a little bit about the medical records, but all they tell us is that Naziah Harris didn't have a life-threatening condition as of October 24th. They don't tell us anything about her physical condition between the 24th and the 9th, and they don't tell us that she was pregnant. They're just not relevant, except for the fact, I guess, that they don't tell us that she was pregnant, and she was there on September the 27th, according to her text messages. What we haven't heard in the last 3 to 4 days is anything about a murder weapon. We've heard that they collected guns, but we don't know if any of them actually operated, and they tested them for DNA, and there was nothing found. When did those guns get taken from a house? When did they get put back, if any of them had been used? And I mean, we just simply don't have any evidence as to whether they were even touched by Mr. Butts. But certainly there was no DNA from Ms. Harris on them. And if one was to use a gun to bludgeon somebody enough where they break the skin and bleed, there's going to be DNA on that gun. If somebody is shot at close range by a gun, there's likely to be DNA on that gun. They found no DNA on a gun. There was initially a testimony about all these knives that were found. And then when Mr. Riggins did a little bit of digging, well, one of them was a butter knife. One of them was rusted and under a seat and looked like it had been there forever. There's only one knife that they were actually interested in. They sent it for testing and there was nothing on it. And we know that they can test for blood even if something has been wiped clean, because they do that. And in fact, they did that in this case. They found no blood on anything that the prosecution is positing could have been a murder weapon. Motive is not an element of premeditated homicide. There's evidence that Mr. Butts and Naziah had a sexual relationship. And we are, at this point, not contesting the bind over on those counts. That would explain why Mr. Butts would not want to be honest about why he was with Nasiah Harris. That would be enough to make somebody want to lie about their whereabouts or their connection to somebody. There's no evidence that it went any further than that for him. No evidence that he had been confronted by anybody about a sexual assault. No evidence that he was being threatened by Nasiah to expose him or get him in trouble if he didn't do something that she wanted him to do. By the time January 9th rolled around, they weren't really speaking that much. She was, in those text messages that we heard, getting frustrated with him for ignoring her. But never once did she say, well, if you don't talk to me, I'm going to tell everybody what we've been doing. And so there's a complete lack of any motive for him to respond in that way. And I would point the court to a case, it's called People v. Fisher, and it's 193 Mishap 284. It's a 1992 case, and I've got copies. Got it. Does court want? Yeah. And I point the court to this case because it's a case where homicide was charged and no body was found. A woman named Joyce Fisher was killed, and I believe it was 8 years after her death, her husband was charged. He was convicted, and ultimately the appellate court reversed the conviction because the evidence was insufficient to submit the case to a jury. And so that was the error. And kind of the facts briefly are that Mr. and Mrs. Fisher were in the process of divorcing. It was a pretty contentious relationship. There had been lots of reports that he had been physically abusive to her. And she had even testified that he had threatened to kill her in mid-January of 1978, approximately 3 months before she disappeared. In April of 1978, apparently they were out together, they had lunch, and he was the last person to see her. After that, she disappeared. Now, there was no substantial testimony in that trial regarding her reliability, her long or short-term plans, that she had children, that she was devoted to them, and that she wouldn't have had any reason to run away or leave. And so that gave rise to an inference that she was deceased. The prosecutor in that case offered no evidence of an act that resulted in Joyce Fisher's death. And the court previously has held that the victim's body, while it's not necessary to establish corpus delicti, there has to be something more. There has to be, in this case, either an admission or confession, physical evidence, or some kind of witness testimony. In that case, there was no physical evidence, such as bloodstains or a weapon, linking the defendant to Joyce's death. He did not admit that he killed her, although the prosecutor offered equivocal statements there, that he seemed to say, well, things didn't happen quite that way, and where it made it sound like maybe he did have something or some knowledge. The prosecutor there presented lots of evidence of defendant's motive and opportunity to kill her, but noted that those are not elements of the crime. And inferences, the court says, may not be based on evidence that is uncertain or speculative or merely raises a conjecture or a possibility. And they said, in that case, the evidence did not rise above the level of conjecture. And that's what we have here. We have conjecture. We have a lot of pieces of supposed evidence, but we have no connection. They don't connect to each other. They're puzzle pieces. When you put them together, there's no picture. There is no big picture because there is no act that can be testified to that Mr. Butts did, and there's nothing to support that act. There's no evidence that he had a gun and used it. There's no evidence that he had a knife and used it. In fact, the evidence that the prosecutor put forward disputes those theories. The idea that Mr. Butts was in some cover-up, the issue of his phone, I think was pretty well cleared up by Ms. Davis when she testified to the idea that for as long as she's known him, he's never wanted her to look at his phone. And mostly because he's been dealing with who knows how many other women. And that she had tried pretty much everything she could think of to get in that phone well before any of these allegations came about, and that she's never been able to. And so it makes sense that he would not want her to get in that phone, especially if he assumed he was coming home and wanted to have contact with her while he was serving his sentence in the Wayne County Jail, that she not know that she was not the only female he was dealing with. We acknowledge that probable cause is a low standard, but it isn't just limited to whether the prosecution has presented significant or sufficient evidence on each element of the offense, which we submit they have not. They also must determine that there's a reasonable ground of suspicion supported by circumstances sufficiently strong to warrant a cautious person to believe the accused is guilty. That definition of probable cause, or that characterization, comes from People v. Carter, which is 250 Mishap 510. And so you have to have both elements of the crime met, and also those elements have to be met by evidence that is sufficiently strong to believe that it is relevant, that it actually proves what it is saying that it proves. And here we have conjecture, we have speculation, we have supposition, and we have somebody who he did have something to hide. But there's no evidence that he did anything about that. He didn't threaten her. He didn't ask her, or say if anybody finds out that, I will go to jail, or you could go to jail, or you could be hurt. There was nothing like that in any of those conversations that we saw. So, Your Honor, even by the relatively low standard of probable cause, we'd submit that there is insufficient evidence of both the idea that Mr. Butts did something to cause the death of Messiah Harris, and that he intended to kill her, or that intent to kill was premeditated. We don't know what happened when she left his shop on January the 9th around 9 o'clock. But I think it's safe to say we know she didn't go to his house where Angel Leonard was, or Angel Leonard would probably be here in court and telling us what a weird interaction she had with him, and why it was strange that he wouldn't come inside the house, or why he wouldn't let her out by the car where he was. We don't have any evidence that she went with him to the Park Crest Motel. We don't have any evidence that they were together beyond 8:30, 9 o'clock on January the 9th. And for that, we're asking the court to deny bind over on count 1, premeditated murder in the first degree.
Thank you, Judge. First, Judge, I'm going to start with talking about People v. Fisher that Ms. Quick just referenced. And it is important to note that this case is distinguishable for the following reasons. One, we're talking about a different standard. This was a trial issue, a directed verdict standard, where the court is saying at trial beyond a reasonable doubt. First of all and foremost, it's distinguishable for that reason. Secondly, though, the court in Fisher said, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon linking defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we have bloodstains. We have bloodstains on the hoodie that was found at 7 Mile and Bird, where the defendant spent 2 hours on the night of the 10th going into the 11th. That places them together in the same spot, and is very strong evidence that Messiah Harris is in fact dead. Secondly, though, Judge, having dealt with People v. Fisher, Ms. Quick talked about the 9th and 10th, that no one saw the defendant with Messiah for that day going into the 10th and into the 11th. However, we heard from one of his significant others or girlfriends that he was secretive, that he didn't want anyone looking at his phone. And we certainly know that he knows how to keep different women and or girls away from each other. For example, I believe it was Shannon Harris that testified that she was familiar with an address of Outer Drive in Belfort, but she had no idea other than the fact that she would pick the defendant up there at different times. We know through other testimony that the defendant was dating someone that lived there. And with respect to Ms. Quick saying that Messiah never threatened him, never did anything, I'm not sure if this one text message was highlighted by the OIC in this case when she testified, but on November 27th, 2023 at 23 hours and 37 minutes UTC time, Messiah said to the defendant, "When I see you, I'm a fuck you, tell you regret not answering my calls," which I would submit to this court is a threat. And then just over a month later, she says, she goes missing at the hands of the defendant. And Miss Quick also talked about the driving around that Cordell and Jarvis were doing and how it was an unplanned meetup with Neziah on the 9th. However, that may be true from Cordell's perspective, because he wouldn't have known what Jarvis's plan was at that time. But clearly on the 9th, send okay if you've seen the message so I can delete your number, and then the defendant's response, okay. And Jarvis was the one driving per Cordell's testimony. Now, Ms. Quick also talked about the knives and how the knives found in the defendant's car of the one that was tested came back negative, and that's true. We cannot dispute that. However, we know that that was more than a month after, giving the defendant plenty of time to clean it. But beyond that, Judge, this case is one where the defendant thought to, and successfully did, hide the body. And it's a common sense inference that if he thought to hide the body, he would also think to get rid of the murder weapon at the same time. And Judge, Ms. Quick is right. We are talking about a probable cause standard. And as I said, the question is, did the defendant with premeditation probably murder Neziah Harris? And I submit to this court that the answer is yes. And circumstantial evidence, as is noted in the jury instructions at trial court or in circuit court, is just as good as direct evidence. And yes, this is a circumstantial case, but when we put those circumstances together, including the physical evidence, the cell phone evidence, which I would equate with physical evidence for purposes of that, as well as the defendant's opportunity and motive, the picture becomes very clear that the defendant, Jarvis Butts, took the life of Neziah Harris to protect himself from the eventual discovery of his child that he was going to have with her, or at the very least thought he was going to have with her. I ask this court to bind over as charged with the addition or increase of this criminal sexual conduct second degree. Thank you.
As far as Fisher, I agree with the people that this case is distinguishable. This is a case regarding a trial. And the one thing I had highlighted in case is the quote, in this case, there was no physical evidence such as bloodstains or a weapon leading defendant to Joyce's death. In this case, we don't have the same facts or circumstances. I do agree, this is a circumstantial case, and circumstantial evidence is sufficient for bind over and even conviction. Today is January 9th, 2025, exactly 1 year, from the day Neziah Harris disappeared. Before I get into the charges, and the main charge of premeditated first-degree murder, I have to speak on Neziah Harris and the community who failed her. And I am only presented with certain evidence. I don't know the whole story. The attorneys know more than me, the family knows more than me. But from what I have heard over the last 4 days and 5 days total, is that several people failed her. I don't know where her mother is. I don't know anything other than that she was forced to live in a home where she was not protected or given the adequate attention and love. I don't know where her father is. I don't have any mention of him in her life, no presence. To Cordell, AKA King, and all the men who saw Jarvis Butts hanging out and always around these young girls, including Neziah, and his 9-year-old daughter going up to the shop to clean up his shop. The school counselor who never showed up, or the person who was supposed to show up if that counselor was absent, after Neziah was on the floor on the day she went missing, saying that she needed to speak to someone and speak to a counselor. There's no mention of CPS, but I wonder what their involvement was over the years, because this was not just a 1-year thing. There are text messages at least from 2022. To her adoptive grandmother, Annette Harris, whose testimony, in my opinion, was very questionable. I understand why the people put her on the stand to establish Neziah's residence and the houses on Bedford and the regular routine, to establish also that Neziah was not a runaway child, that she was not a bad kid. I do believe she adopted Neziah. I do believe that she had 6 kids in the house. I believe that Neziah had on a dark hoodie the day she went missing, and that she had on red and black Nikes that day. What is hard to believe is that the defendant never came into the house as she testified. And there was also a minor that testified that he did as well. Text messages that show between him and Isaiah that he did in the basement, saying he was going to the shower, stealing her panties. He was always lurking around the house and asking for Janiyah and Zaniyah, from what I know. I even thought about the breakfast routine and saying that all the kids like eating breakfast at school. Did they have a choice? I don't know. But to always send those girls up there to clean up the shop raises questions. And how were there two women in that house who have birthed children themselves who did not notice that Naziah was pregnant, and I believe she was, and not having her period anymore? But then after hearing text messages today, begging Jarvis for pads as if she didn't have anyone else to give them for her. And what stood out the most was when Annette Harris stood on the stand, and she learned around 6 p.m. that Naziah did not come home from school, and said she looked around for her and decided to wait until the next morning to call the police. Without a tear, without emotion, or any expression of being devastated. And to her Aunt Shannon, who also showed no emotion, expression of being devastated from Naziah going missing. She stated that she had friends help look for Naziah, but was directed to just wait until the morning to call the police. A grown woman who likely suspected something strange going on didn't feel the need to call the police either. They were both able to go to sleep at night without hearing from Naziah or having any indication that she was coming home that night. And of course, the defendant, who I will get to in a minute. I don't know who else failed Naziah, but the community did. As far as the people establishing probable cause, I will focus on count 1, as it's been stated that there is no contention with counts 2 and 3. In count 3, I will amend based off of the motion and the testimony I heard that Naziah was 12 and not 13 at the time that Jarvis Butts had sexual intercourse with her. The prosecution is correct. You do not have to have a body to establish first-degree premeditated murder. It would have been a much shorter exam had her body been found, but this is where we are. In the last 365 days, no text messages. We all heard today and yesterday that she was very active and frequently texted. No social media for a year. We heard through testimony that she was also active on social media. No phone calls, which she was also able to do according to testimony. No physical sighting of her by anyone. She never came back to school. No one has seen her. Medical records dated from July 2014 to October 2023 indicated that she had no life-threatening medical issues that would lead to a natural cause of death. The black hoodie found in the area of 7 Mountain with her DNA and blood on it. The holes in the hoodie consistent with some sort of struggle, violence, or weapon being used. And we know that there were no holes in that hoodie when she wore it to school. We saw a picture of her in a black hoodie on her last day that everyone saw her. I do believe her grandma testified truthfully about the sweatshirt that she had on, and that was practically new. And the border agent, who said that no evidence of animals would have destroyed the clothing or the shoes to possibly lead to animals tearing up that hoodie. The clear glasses found in the blue Nissan the day after she went missing, the behavior of the defendant when he snatched those glasses. They looked exactly like the glasses she had on in her last picture, according to the witness. The shoes that her brother described as the same shoes that were found also in the area of 7 Mountain near the hoodie. While this is still probable cause, the evidence all points to Jarvis Butts. His locations, him being seen with her last, the abortion searches, the abrupt silence between the two of them in text messages, and the constant lies he told throughout the entire investigation. And they were proven to be lies with text messages and other testimony. We may never know what happened, but from what I heard today and over the last 4 or 5 days, it appears he intended to perform what he thought was a do-it-yourself abortion on Isaiah. It went south, and instead of seeking medical attention for her, he intentionally killed her and tried his best to cover it up. As much as I want her to be alive today, there is at least probable cause to show and believe that she is dead and that she was murdered by Jarvis Butts. Mr. Butts, stand up. You've been sitting over there for 4 days with your head down, sitting between and behind your attorneys with your mask on and taking vigorous notes. I want you to pay attention and listen to everything I have to say. I have been trying to figure out for the last 5 days, you. At one point, I thought you were cognitively impaired in the beginning of this exam. And then maybe you had the brain of a 10-year-old, and that's why you were doing such things. But as I heard more and more testimony, you're just the true definition of a pedophile. Watching you laugh and brag about all the women you have with different women and the children and the girlfriends, and making babies to groom them and having them in your presence, cleaning up your shop, and the little girls around you, has landed you here today. You groomed Isaiah. You played mind games with her. We all heard that. You controlled her emotionally. She was exposed to so much at such a young age. The text messages between you two were disgusting to hear. And to think that she had you saved in her phone as babe for life. Isaiah deserved so much more. And while I mentioned other people that failed her, Jarvis Butts, you were the monster in this whole picture. She did deserve love from her parents and everyone who was in her life. She was ignored, she was neglected, and you took complete advantage of that. She wanted someone to love her, and she will never know what that feels like. Your children deserve more. As much as defense counsel has raised issues on count 1, all that has done is raise the question of fact for the trier of fact, which means that this will be for a jury or a judge to hear in Third Circuit. I pray for the healing of all the victims and the young girls and possibly boys who have come into contact with you. As a community, we should look at this case as a prime example of how much work we have to do when it comes to protecting our children and especially our Black girls. I pray for closure and healing for all those who have been traumatized by you. And for you, Jarvis Butts, I wish you a speedy trial and that justice be delivered. Your bind over date is January 16th at 9:00 a.m. Anything else for the record?
No, thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Not for defense. Thank you, Judge.
Do the right thing and tell us where she's at, please. I'm sorry, Judge. Just do it, Jarvis.
Where is she at, Jarvis?
Just tell us. Judge, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to disrespect your court.
Will you all please turn off the camera, please? As well as the
Well, there we have it. I wonder who that was outburst and talk about. So just tell us where she at, Jarvis. Like if y'all would really wanted to know where she was at, y'all should have been looking for her that night. How about never should have stopped looking for her? Like I don't even understand it. Like I still be out there looking for her at this point in time. Like I don't know if they are or not. But yeah. Yeah, the judge let her, and I don't think she's going to be the judge that's going to preside over the case, just so you guys know. I think she's just the one that binds it over. So we'll see when he goes to court, when his trial starts on October the 6th. You said, Grandma, Oh, no problem. Yeah, so we have that all taken care of. The only thing that we have left is he had a preliminary hearing about a month ago. We are going to look at that at some point in time, or there go another judge coming in. Hey, Judge. I'm saying hi to the judge. Hey, Judge. Yeah, so we will cover that depending on what we got going on next week. Because I don't know what we got going on next week. Not yet. I'm figuring out what we got going on next week. But yeah, that was a lot. If anybody missed the first two with all the testimony from the baby mama, his sister pointing him out, his business partner, the house that they were at, the school official, all of that stuff is on the channel page if you guys need to look at it. Yeah, the judge believed that she was pregnant, and the judge believed that he tried to do a self-abortion. I mean, I'm just saying there was nothing medically. I mean, I didn't see where people say they are pregnant for whatever reason and they're not pregnant, and then they get unalive, and then it's confirmed that they're not pregnant. I guess what really bothers me is why haven't we found a body? Okay, so that one is the mistress trial is going to start Monday, OnlyFans. They must be done with the jury. If so, awesome. We'll watch that. I had that on the list. I just didn't know if they were going to ever start it. Yeah, that's the mistress one. Okay. I'll send out the notification. Now I'll get it set up and send it out. Yeah, I think that's going to be on, it's in New Mexico. So they are going to be on closer to me and SD's time, right? Barbara's time. The fetish case, we gonna do that about 7 tonight. It's just a preliminary hearing. It's only an hour. So BYOB. Oh, no problem, Barbara. It is my pleasure. I enjoy doing this with you guys. Yeah, so about 7 o'clock, I'm gonna get off. I gotta go get my baby from cheer, right? So I'm gonna go get her, and yeah, and I'll be back in about 2 hours, and we'll do our fetish, I guess, a Freaky Friday trial. So definitely bring your little cocktail or your grape juice or your orange juice or your water or your whatever you want to drink. If you want a snack, whatever you want to do. I got us some game. I got a game. I ain't gonna say games. I got a game for us to play after we listen to some testimony, and we'll have a fun Friday night on a freaky Friday. Lynn, 7 o'clock, it'll be 10. You say Freaky Friday with Film Freak. Oh, you see how he put you out there, Film Freak? So it'll be like 10 East Coast time. It will be 9 Central. I don't know. Don't get me to telling no stories. Yeah, we only be on there for about an hour and a half. But the preliminary hearing, it'll be on the thing. I'm just trying to, because believe it or not, Lynn, I get most of my traffic like East Coast time, late at night. So I'm like, okay, a lot of people work in the daytime, so they don't do the trial watching. So then a lot of my traffic be coming in through the night, but I need to do my daytime, for us early people. But I do notice that I bring in a different type of traffic at night. I don't know. I guess people on the East Coast like to stay up all night. I have no clue. I'm still trying to figure it out. Okay, Queen Olive. I'm gonna get off and we'll see each other in about, it's 5 o'clock now, about 2 hours. I know I like that too, Barbara. All right. Well, y'all know y'all were in the right place today. Yeah. Where there's no filters, right? No fluff. Just facts. So you can be the judge. All right, guys. I'll see you in about 2 hours. Have your BYOB, your food, your chips, your popcorn. We're going to kick it for a couple hours and make it do what it do on this Freaky Frisky Friday. All right. See y'all.